morning. All of you just missed Bethany chugging coffee.
I'm still chugging coffee. It's my second cup today too. There is not enough concealer for these dark circles today.
I know I'm gonna get new concealer tonight, thicker concealer for good morning, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here. We are so grateful that you guys are all here on day 2 of our virtual event, the Handmade Collective. We're so excited. We had so much fun yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was a blast.
We did so many great things yesterday. I learned so much. I got distracted. I'm ready to make some projects. Well, I'm ready to add some projects to my pile of projects.
She was so hyper focused on learning that she didn't switch the cameras yesterday, and I couldn't do it from here. So I'm like messaging her. I was like, Melanie.
Yes, that happened a lot, and I felt.
But that's so
Chelsea
good.
was so cute about it. Chelsea Porter was here in studio with us, which was so lovely. And I told her, I'll just listen for your cues and I'll just switch the camera, but don't feel shy about telling me. And she had to keep going. You want to switch that? I'm doing this now. You want to?
And you're over here going, wow, this is so cool. I was like,
whoa, that's so cool. I love that. So I've never made a bowl cozy before. I didn't even know that was a thing.
I know. Jana asked, did we text and not sleep again like we did the night before the first day? I will say no.
I would say yes and no. I would say we did not text.
You and I didn't.
Night, but we also did not sleep. Well, I didn't.
I tried to I fell asleep in the recliner because I just felt like I needed to spend time with my family. We were all in the living room and then I was out and they woke me up and they were like, we think you should go to bed.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay.
You're like, okay.
But no, it's just a lot going on this week. I mean, we had so much fun, but being here in our studios with the lights on and, doing all the things, it's a lot. So, but we have fun doing it.
And we love it so much. We had so much fun, but we also have regular day jobs to do.
I know. I did do some of that after.
So I did some of that last night. That's why I was up late last night doing that. So, but it was beautiful. We had so much fun. We're so very grateful for all of you guys joining us. Those of you that joined us yesterday, as well as those that are here today, we're just super excited. We have a good day planned again. We're really,
I know.
It's going to be awesome.
I think the biggest difference, Melody, is last time in March, we didn't have as many presenters and we weren't live as long. And this time we have more presenters. We're live longer and we're doing our VIP Zooms right after.
Yes.
Which was super fun yesterday.
That was really
can I just
fun
say,
yesterday.
having that conversation with the VIPs, one of them was in Hawaii and we're like, I feel like I'm in Hawaii right now. We were all a little jealous. But she was tuning in from Hawaii and asking questions and we got to know our presenters more. I learned things about them that I didn't know and we had some great questions. And so those little VIP moments in those Zooms have been really nice.
They've been really nice.
And it's been a nice way to kind of close out the day of the event is just having that little private chit chat afterwards. And so anyways.
Tracy just said that I need the remote for the camera views. You know what, Tracy, is so funny. I have one. It's right here.
We both have remotes.
I
have this too.
I was just watching Chelsea so intently so that I forgot to flip them.
It was so fun. We have a lot packed for you guys today.
Yeah.
We have 4 more presenters today. 2 are, they're all kind of sewing. Well, they're all sewing themed. One is a step-by-step sewing project. We've got some bag making. We've got embroidery. We've got applique. We've got quilting. We're covering all the bases today. So we're going to have a lot of information in today. So be ready to take notes, be ready to jot down codes and things, be ready to participate in giveaways. Yeah. Yes. Now, I want to say this at the beginning of the video because I didn't yesterday. If you're tuning in later than when we started, sometimes the video starts at the beginning, but we're live and you need to go ahead and skip to the live so that you can participate in the giveaways in real time because otherwise you're going to miss out. So putting numbers in the chat 2 hours later after that giveaway was done.
Unfortunately, that doesn't make it. So
it's going to happen.
We have a couple of questions. First, Janet said, sorry for my silly questions in the VIP Zoom. They were not silly. They were adorable. And we loved you.
We love it.
Jana. And Leslie asked, I missed yesterday. Can I catch up?
Absolutely.
So Leslie, that is a great question. Yes, you totally can. The full day yesterday is going to live on our YouTube channel. So you can go back and watch it whenever you want. You do have an option to purchase a VIP pass which will give you that content in chopped up in different ways, because we'll talk about the VIP experience for just a quick second, because we all experience and we all get information differently. People like to read it. Sometimes you like to listen to it. Sometimes you like to watch it. And sometimes you like to be able to stop it while you're watching it. Like I could have for Chelsea yesterday, pause, let me do this thing, and then turn it back on. So as a VIP, you will get all of that. You will get all of the content in podcast form. You'll get it in transcript form. You will also get each individual section as its own video. So you can go back today. You can just enjoy. You can go back and watch at your leisure with the VIP pass if you choose to do that. No big deal if you don't. This will live on our YouTube channel. You can watch the whole thing. You can fast forward through whenever you're ready to do it. But I like to, I get so distracted, like listening to things. I can't do podcasts. I can't do books on tape because I get too distracted. My brain just goes squirrel somewhere else. And so being able to have that video access later would be great for me. Or I can read things. Like those are the ways I can do it. I can't listen so good. I can read it or I can watch it.
And that's funny because I love podcasts and I love listening to audiobooks. I prefer listening over reading out everything. So like the reason we do this is because we understand that everybody learns differently. And so presenting this content that we're creating throughout the day in a live stream in a more curated format that works for you to be able to go back and sew along with these classes or take these tips a little and learn and watch them again, like being able to chop it up into each segment. So you're not having to, drag through all 3 days to find that one session that you wanted to rewatch. Exactly. That's really nice too. But I did put a link in the chat to the VIP. So if you registered, you can still upgrade to VIP. If you haven't registered either, which registration is just free to do, you can register and then upgrade to VIP if you want. It's up to you. Again, we created this so that there's like a way for everybody to participate and you get to decide. But if you do want to do VIP, you can use the code that's scrolling across the bottom of the screen. It's June 20 Elite. That saves you $50 off that VIP pass. And in that VIP website link that I sent you, it literally goes through everything. Like we barely scratch the surface of all the things that you get, and you will get an email with a link to where all of those assets are going to live and you'll have access to them forever. So
yes, I do want to mention one other thing about the VIPs. First of all, we had a question if the VIP access is for a year or does it cover a longer time? So it covers this event. It covers this event, but you will have access to it for lifetime. So it's this event, but you'll have access to all you'll have that access.
Yes.
And also we've had some questions come into the support at email, which is great. Please send questions there whenever you want. We're trying to get to them all as fast as we can as they come in. They were asking about the transcripts, how they were trying to click on the transcripts from yesterday. Those aren't ready quite yet.
Yeah, we've got to edit some stuff. So what I did yesterday, so
all of those things, the transcripts, the videos, and all of that are going to come after the event is over.
Yeah.
But then they're all going to keep going on that thing so that you can see them all. But yes,
think of it this way. Yesterday, after we got done with our 4 hours of live streaming and then our 1 hour VIP Zoom, I had to go in and download a 4 hour live stream and then re-upload it so our team can then download and edit it. So it's going to take a little time, but you've got content that you can access now. You'll get content and you'll get emails when that content is available. And as they continue to add more, it's just going to take a few days for us to edit all of that. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. But if you have any questions, you can send an email to support@caterpillar.com. And if you'd like to upgrade to VIP, it's not too late. Our VIPs get double entries into our giveaways. Our free registered attendees who go and just register for free, they get entries into the giveaways as well. And then we do some giveaways here live during the show for those tuning in live in real time. And Melody, maybe we can do a quick little one, and then I'm going to let you jump into your first segment of the day because you have a new product that you're going to demonstrate today. I can't hear you. Did you mute yourself? You muted yourself. Hold on. There you go.
No. Did I? Well,
yeah, you muted the wrong one.
I mean, okay, sorry.
It's okay.
I had to turn it on because I think I put my contacts in the wrong eyes this morning and I can't see the comments very well because I'm doing
That's
like
okay,
this.
I got it.
So
I do have a quick question that Leslie just said. Do you have to be present to win? Leslie, you only have to be present to win either the spin to win wheel or Melody's Plinko.
Yes.
All the other prizes that are donated by our presenters or from Caterpillar, those you can only win if you registered or signed up for VIP. One of those two options. You're entered into those.
Right.
So you can win one of those prizes without even tuning in. If you can't tune in live, but the ones that we're doing right here live, like with the spin to win, those are just for those tuning in live. So
yes.
it is a variant of different things that we are throwing at you guys. I know. But if you are registered, you're open to all of the other giveaways from our presenters and from Caterpillar. But the live ones that Caterpillar, Melody, and I are doing with Spin the Win and Plinko, those are just here for those tuning in. Yeah.
Let's really quickly. I want to, because it is a little bit confusing and there's a lot of options that you guys can do to enjoy this. I want to just let's go through our little levels again really quick.
And I'm going to drop a link in the chat real quick because someone said, how do you register? So I'm going to put the link in the chat right now.
Yes. So do that. So first of all, this live stream is free to anybody that would like to join. We would love for you to share to friends and family who might enjoy it as well. This live stream is free for anybody to join. You can, and it will live on our YouTube page in its entirety. So you can watch it anytime you want. The full thing, all 3 days. We are having a sale on our Caterpillar website for any Caterpillar products. You can go there and you can get 10% off of anything using code JuneLive10. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, let me hold on one second. I'm reading so many questions. Can I
stop? I know she's going to find that. So that's what it is. So JuneLive10, you can get 10% off of anything. If you go to our website to that link that Bethany just put in, if you register for the event for free, all we need is your name and your email address, and you are registered for the event. You will get an email with a 15% coupon code. And then that's all you need to do for that. And then you will be entered to all the giveaways, like Bethany mentioned, the giveaways from our presenters, our giveaways at the end of the day, or giveaways throughout the day. You'll be registered for all of those things. And it's not too late. We pull new ones every day. So as long as you get in there, you'll be pulled for later today. You'll be pulled for tomorrow. We pull new lists every day. So you can do all of that. Then if you would like, you can upgrade that to the VIP. So with the VIP for this event, you can get all of that extra stuff. You can go in there, you can get the podcast, you can get the transcripts, you can get the chopped up videos, you can get the extra things there. You'll also get a coupon code in your email for 20% off. All of that stuff is available for lifetime. You can go watch those videos anytime you want. All of that is there. So I just wanted to kind of go over those levels a little bit quickly because there's a lot of different things that you can choose to do. And we gave all of those options so that you guys can choose how you want to enjoy this event. So you can do anything that works best for you.
I'm going to answer a couple questions real quick. Yes. Marianne says she's still having trouble registering. So Marianne, if you want to send an email to support@caterpillar.com, we can look into that. But one thing that I've noticed is if someone's tried to register and they're still and they're having issues because their browser or whatever, sometimes it helps to delete the browser, and refresh your browser and delete your cookie history, or try a new web browser. So if you're on Google Chrome, maybe try something different. But that link is working, so it should work. Some people have even tried to do a different email address. Second question I got was Louise says, does Spin to Win prizes from the live stream work when watching on Nook and Notion's YouTube channel? So we are streaming this event to our Caterpillar YouTube channel, our Caterpillar Facebook page, and to our new YouTube channel called Nook and Notions, which is our new branding that is a part of Caterpillar. And you'll be learning more about that in the coming weeks and months. But yes, so we're streaming to all three. We can see the chat from all three right here in one place on our end. So we don't know if you're watching on Nook and Notion or Caterpillar's YouTube, but we can see all the chats. So don't worry about that. You're all still eligible for those giveaways. I had another question that said, is the VIP for 1 year? Denise, the VIP is just for this event. This is our first time doing that experience. And so we're just doing it for this event.
You will get all of the access to all of that content past
You'll get the content forever from this event, and you'll have access to the content from this event forever. But the VIP pass is just for the content of this event.
Yeah. And Bonnie,
I did, Linda.
Bonnie, I will be at Road to Virginia next week, Bonnie. asked that.
Lindell, so, I did put a link directly to the VIP sign up. I'll drop that again here in the chat for those who want to upgrade to VIP. But yeah, so you can get to, I put in the VIP, then I put the registration. So I'll do the VIP sign up here. If I can spell today. My fingers are going a little too fast.
Our brains are going too fast. It's too much caffeine.
It could be the second cup of coffee. But anyway, so I just put the VIP in there. I hope that answers your questions. If you have more, please let us know. Yes. But I want to give Melody some time to show you the newest product because this is a really exciting one. And so, Melody, I'm going to turn it over to you.
I'm going to stand up a little bit.
Yeah. And then when you're done, maybe we'll do a little spin to win before we bring on our first guest of the day.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you, Bethany.
You're welcome.
Guys, I am so excited about this new product. I didn't think I would be. That's a long story and kind of doesn't matter, but I feel like I'm super giant right now. Maybe I should sit back down. I don't know. Let's do that. So, okay. So I want to talk about our new Flex Light accessory kits. We brought out a product a couple of years ago called the Flex Light, and it has turned into our very best selling item. It is this little light right here, and this little light can go onto your sewing machine. It comes with a little cradle, is what we call it. And the little cradle here has a little piece of Velcro on the back. So this part you will stick to your sewing machine or wherever you want to stick it. And then you can take your little Flex sewing machine light. It has a little rechargeable port here, so you don't have an extra cord in the way. So you'll slide that in, and then you can point that light wherever you might need the extra light. The light has 3 different light levels, so you can adjust that light setting. So this is really great. I use it all the time in order to thread my needle because my eyes are not so good anymore. And I can't see to thread my needle or my bobbin. So that's what I use it the most for. So it is so fantastic for all of that kind of stuff. What we've done is we've added a bunch of accessories for it. So now you can use it in a ton of different ways. And that is what we're super excited about. So some people already have it, which thank you for that. We're very excited. We're so glad you like it, Edie, because this is really the coolest thing. So this is your little Flex accessory kit. This is how it comes. We have 2 options. So we have the 2 different ones. So this is the Flex accessory kit if you already own a Flex light. This does not have a light included in it. So this is one. And then we have a Flex accessory kit that includes a light. So if you do not already have a light, or you want another light, or you want an extra light, that is this one as well. Both of them right now are on sale on our website at 15% off. Now, the thing that's so cool about that being on sale for this event at 15% off is any of those 3 coupon codes that we talked about a little while ago. You can use June Life 10 added to this Flex accessory kit and get an additional 10% off on top of that 15% off. Or if you registered and you got a 15% off coupon in your email, you can add that coupon to it, or you can add your VIP coupon to it. So you cannot stack the coupon codes, but they are already on sale at 15% off. So you can add the coupon codes that you have to that and increase your discount. So this is really great, especially if you have those bigger coupon codes. It is so, so awesome. Okay, so this is the Flex accessory kit here. You have your base here that you can plug your charger into. So you can put your light in there and you can charge it while it's in the base. Now, while your light is in the base, you can turn that around and you can turn it on and you can turn it into a table lamp. I have started using this when I'm building Legos with my grandson because those little books are so dark. I use this little light to help read the books. So I can set this down on the table and I can read the books while we're doing our Legos. So that is one way that you can do it. Here, I'm going to look, I almost forgot to flip the light. So you can flip that over and you can plug that in and you can use that as a table light. Now there's all these other little accessories as well. I remembered to flip it. Okay, so the first one I'm going to talk about is the little clip. So you have this little clip on right here. So what can you do with this little clip on? Well, you can clip it onto your embroidery hoop. Just like that. You can stick it right on there as you're working, and then you can slide your light into that clip. And then you can have light on your embroidery hoop. Look at that. You can stick it to a book. You can stick it to all kinds of stuff. Chelsea Porter was here yesterday, and the other day when she was getting kind of the lay of the land, she like stuck it to her baseball cap that she was wearing, which was so cute. So you can stick it to all kinds of stuff. You can stick it to, I like to do little painting things. I go to those little events where you go and do a little, it's not a paint by number, but they tell you what to do as you go along. And you can use your little light on that, on your little easel and your little light. So look at that. You can use it for all those kinds of things. So now along with this little clip, what you can also do is add the magnifier. So this is the little magnifier that you can slide on the end. So that will also help magnify what you're working on. So if you're working on an embroidery project and you need, let me turn that light down. It's so bright. You need a little extra vision. You can stick it, look at that. Whoa, look at that. Whoa. So it will magnify what it is that you're working on. So that is so great. You can do it with the light or without the light and have that clipped on there. And that is fantastic. Now, this little embroidery hoop is a little bit small. So the light and the magnifier really takes up a lot of space. So if you're working on a little hoop, what are we going to do? It's great on bigger hoops, right? But what are we going to do when it's on a little hoop? We have an answer for that. So we have this little piece here. So this is the little magnetic cradle. There's little holes in the top and there are little magnets on the back of this. Okay. So I'll tell you what the magnets are for in just a minute. But what you can do with this is this little lanyard comes with it. So when you have your little lanyard, you put your little lanyard around your neck and you can hook that little cradle right onto your lanyard. So, and it's adjustable. So you can make it as long or as short as you want. But when you put that around your neck, hopefully this won't get in the way of my microphone. I apologize if it does. But so you can hook that right on here. I'm feeling a little stressed, like everybody's watching. So I just did it backwards. See, I'm a little nervous to do it in front of all you guys. I'm so sorry. So yes, it's that paint parties with wine and cocktails and stuff. They do them here. They do them here at bars and restaurants, and I can't remember what we call it. My friend and I have like 75 of those little paintings because I love going to do those so much. I feel like an artist when I'm not. Okay, so you can wear this around your neck and you can slide your light right into this. So when you slide it in there, now you can wear it around your neck. So if you are sitting in a chair and you're knitting, or if you are doing your embroidery because you don't want it clipped to the hoop because it's too big for that, you have a little tiny hoop, you can wear that here. Now, what's the problem with this? Like, it's so great. You can wear it around your neck. You can turn it on. That's so fantastic. But the problem with this is it kind of flops around. So if it, and the magnifier gets a little heavy. So it kind of turns around and you're going to have to keep readjusting. Well, we wanted to kind of pick that. Yes, paint and sip. Thank you. That's what it is. I love going to those. What you can do now is we have this little extra lanyard piece with a hook on the end and a little clip on the other end. So there's a little loop on the side here. So you take this one and you hook it in there. So you have this extra piece, right? Then inside your accessory kit are these little discs. This little disc has a magnet on one side and it's soft and fuzzy on the other side. So what you're going to do is you're going to take this disc and you're going to attach it to the little clip on the end of this. Then you're either going to slide it down or under your shirt. I'm just going to slide it under because I've got too many wires going on here. So you slide that under your shirt and then you hook the magnet to it and look at that. Now it doesn't flop around when I'm using it. So when you are doing knitting or you are doing embroidery or you're doing anything like that, it is right there. So you can see exactly what you're doing. You can have that extra light. You can use the magnifier and you can work on your stuff right there. We have just changed our little sewing machine light, which is so fantastic, into such a multi-use little tool. So you can do all these different things with it. The other thing you can do when you have this little magnet, you can you can use it on the table kind of like you can with the base. If you don't have the base right next to you, because this little magnetic cradle, let me get this off, will stick onto the base right here. And because that little fuzzy on the back, like I mentioned, this little fuzzy on the back, it'll keep it from sliding around. And the thing that's so cool about the fuzzy on the back as well is because this little acrylic gets kind of cold and you don't want that on you while you're trying to stick it there. So that little fuzzy part will be against your skin so that it's not cold and hard. So these are our flex accessory kits, you guys. You can choose them either with a flex light if you want a second light or you don't have one yet, or if you already have a flex light, you can have it in the just accessory kit without the light. So both of these are on sale at 15% off right now. But you can use your coupon codes in addition to that. Bethany has 2 lights. She's wearing hers. She has 2 lights because she's always got one charging. Yeah, you're muted.
I'm
Bethany.
muted.
There you are.
Let me just say, the lanyard is lovely. If you want the lanyard, you can do the lanyard. But some people were like, I couldn't figure out the lanyard. You don't necessarily need it. I have this magnetically stuck to the disc inside my shirt, right on the front of my shirt. So I can do it without the lanyard if you don't want to wear the lanyard. I'm just showing you that you
strong. Yes.
It's not going anywhere. So I got one of the first prototypes, and the first thing I said was the disc was originally black. I was like, it needs to be a lighter color because I wear a lot of lighter color shirts, and I didn't want it to show through my shirt, especially when I'm videoing. And 2, I said it needs something on the back so it's not so cold on my skin.
Yes, yes, it's so great. So we had a quick question from Francis. Francis, yes, you can. You can order as many kits as you want, and the coupon code is going to work. So that's not a problem at all. By all means, get one for all of your sewing club for Christmas right now while they're on sale.
Anyways, I just wanted to hop on real quick because I love that we've added accessories to elevate the use of the flex light. And to be hands-free is a big thing because I do a lot of crocheting, reading, all that kind of stuff. So to be able to have a hands-free option without having all the lights on, and I can still be like, my family can be watching a movie and I can sit there and crochet and see what I'm doing, but I'm not blinding the rest of the room with my lights. Yes. So I feel like, this is just a great way to have something hands-free. It's not heavy. It's not bulky. You have a little charging station. So everything stays in one place. I'm the worst at remembering to plug these back into charge until they die. And then I'm until they die. So that's why I have a few of them. Okay.
Yeah.
But having the little charging station, it's like, this is where one can live while I'm using another one. When this one dies, this one's ready to go. And I just swap them out. So I recommend, if you already have a flex light, to get an accessory kit that has the flex light, because I think I have 3. There's one on that machine. I have one here. There's one in my other sewing room down the hall on another machine. I keep them kind of everywhere.
Well, I have several as well because my husband stole one. He steals all my stuff because he's an artist and he steals all my things. But I brought this accessory kit home and he totally stole the magnet cradle because he can stick it on the side of his power saw or on his drill or whatever. And so he loves it for those kinds of things. We have another question there. Yeah. So Tracy's question is said, can you explain the other accessories in the larger bundle? Both of these bundles have the exact same accessories. They have all of the exact same accessories. The only difference is this one. There's one that has a light and there's one that does not already have a light.
I think what she's talking about, Melody, though, is there is a bundle where we take the Flex Light accessory kit and we added extra cradles and extra lights. And if you click on that one, Tracy, and you can see down below, all the things that are listed there, that's like a mega bundle where you're going to get, I think, a total of 3 different Flex Lights. You're going to get extra cradles. So the cradles that go on your machine.
Yeah. So what in that bundle? In that bundle, it is the accessories or this is included in the bundle. Then you get a flex light on its own in the bundle. Then you also get a flex light with extra sewing machine cradles. So you end up with 3 flex lights. You end up with 5 of these little cradles that have the Velcro on it. And then you end up with all of these pieces. So
it's a lot, but it's like
basically what Bethany has in her studio now that she got at different times.
I just kind of collected it over a time period. Yes. But I'm telling you, it's wonderful because I have stuff everywhere. And then I have one that just stays packed up for when I travel a lot, and I also go to sewing club and all those kind of classes and stuff. So I take it with me all the time. So I make sure that I always have one with me. Yes. But so let's do a quick, Melody, if we have a second, a quick spin to win. And then I'm going to bring our first guest on. Do you want to do a spin to win or do you want to do a Plinko?
Whatever.
Let's do a spin to win.
Let's do a spin to win. Okay. Let's do a spin to win. So Bethany is going to spin the wheel and then she's going to ask a question. And we're going to need you guys to get your little fingers ready because she's going to ask a question and you're going to have to put a number in the comments. And then I'm just going to randomly choose who's going to win. So let's see who wins. Boop, boop, boo. Or see what we're winning first.
Glow Mini. Glow
Oh.
Mini. All right. Someone's going to win a Glow Mini. Yeah, Melody's got hers right there. Melody, what should we say as our first question?
Okay, so I thought of a question while we were talking a little earlier, which I thought was really funny when you were talking last night. I want you guys to put a number 3 in the chat if there was ever a night where you tried to stay awake and you fell asleep on the couch or in the chair or something like that when you wanted to stay awake longer. Because Bethany fell asleep in the chair last night while she was trying to stay awake with her family, which I thought was so cute.
I do it all the time, though.
Put a number 3 in the chat if you have also done that, because I have done that so many times.
I feel called out, Melody.
Yes, but also you should feel good because look at all of us that do it as well.
I do. My people. Put a number 3 and we'll pick a random number. Melody, do you want to pick it?
Yeah, I can pick it.
Okay. Oh, this is why I'm having 2 cups of coffee today, and I may get a third at some point when I get a quick break to run grab a snack.
Okay, we're going to give just a couple more seconds and then we'll choose a winner. Look at this. See, these are our people, Bethany. I did the same thing last night. I shouldn't.
Lori put 33.
I shouldn't just call you out because I totally did the same thing last night. But I did it with my laptop. I wasn't with the hubby. I was working and I did it with the laptop in my lap. So
I've done that so many times with my fingers still on the keyboard.
Yes. That's what I did. Okay, here we go. We're going to choose
Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo, Linda Davis.
Linda Davis. So Linda Davis, please send an email to me, melody@cutterpillar.com. Let me know that you won the mini glow with your shipping address, mailing address, and we will get that sent off to you. Please notice that my name is not spelled like normal. There are 2 E's on it, Melody with 2 E's, because my parents didn't want me to find a mug with my name on it. But it's okay. I'm not mad. Send me that email, Linda, and we will get your prize shipped off to you.
Awesome. All right. You guys ready for our first presenter?
I will catch you guys later.
All right. All right. So our first presenter today is actually one of our affiliates here at Caterpillar, and she's going to be teaching you how to make a bag. Now, don't get intimidated. If you've never made a bag before, you're going to want to make this one, I promise. And it's very beginner friendly. She's going to walk you through the whole thing, and she's got some great deals for you guys. So I'm going to bring on Mary Beth. So give me 1 second.
Huh? Hello.
How are you?
We are here. We are all excited, and you're looking at my messy house. So I do apologize for that, you guys, but stuff happens, you know?
Hey, we live here. We create here. It's okay. But Mary Beth, we're so excited to have you on today. And I know that you've got some exciting things that you're going to be sharing with everybody. But I do want to mention before you dive into your demonstration today that you have 2 things. You're going to be making a Japanese knot bag, which you've got right there. So cute. It's actually bigger than I thought it was. That's so pretty. So you have 2 things. People can get the pattern for free with the code Caterpillar from your website. And I will put the link to her website in the chat in just a minute. But you can use the code Caterpillar on her website to get the pattern for free, which is very kind of you, Mary Beth, to share that with them. But if you want to make the exact one that Mary Beth is making today, she actually has, look, it's reversible. She actually has a pre-made fabric kit for this project. So you can buy the kit with the fabric and the tutorial and everything off her website. And she has a code called, is that Jacquard? Is that how you
Jacquard,
say it?
Yes.
Jacquard. I always second guess myself on that word, but that is the code and you'll get $10 off that kit. So I will put both of those links in the chat as soon as she gets started, but I wanted you all to have that information before she gets started so you know where you can go get all of this fun stuff that she's going to be doing so you can make this with her. But after that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Mary Beth, and then when you get done, I do know that you have a giveaway that you're going to be giving away one of those project kits to one of our either registered or VIP winners today. So we'll do that at the end of your presentation. Perfect. And if you need anything, just holler at me, okay?
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate being here. I want to talk just for a second about the kit. not because I'm trying to be salesy about it, but I've had a really long and interesting variety of careers in my life, but they've always been about textiles. And way back in the day, I used to have an antique business. And I used to sell 1950s tablecloths and 1920s bed sheets and wallpaper from 1899 to people who were looking to make new designs from it. And I stopped doing that when my life got too chaotic for me to travel as much as it did. And my chaos is 28 years old now. But I cannot help myself when I find good textiles that I feel like are going to go in the landfill or rot in somebody's basement. So I sort of accidentally bought 15 bolts of vintage upholstery fabric, and this is 2 of them. So it's not just that it's a kit, it's that you're getting stuff out of the landfill, which is awesome. And it's also, I mean, it's unique. When it's gone, it's gone. It's not something I'm reordering. It won't be affected by any trade policies. It just is what it is. So on the outside, we have this jacquard fabric in sort of a sage green and a creamy yellow cotton. So the detail, the jacquard detail is cotton. Can I tell you exactly what this green is? I cannot. I think it's silk. It could be rayon. I don't know. The perils of buying vintage. And then the flip fabric is this sort of copper. It is a lot nicer than it looks in person because it's one of those fabrics that is woven with the weft is one color, it's a dark brown, and the warp is a lighter tan. So it gives you this rich copper color, but it has a lot of depth to it. Anyway, I love fabrics. That's my thing. This is the easiest bag in the world. Even if you have never made a bag before, I promise you, you can do this one. And also, if you're a quilter or another type of a sewist, it's totally fine to use other fabrics, whatever fabrics you have laying around. Now, when you go and download the free pattern, it tells you how much fabric you need. And I can't just tell you because it depends on whether the pattern has a directional print or not. But you're going to get your 8.5 by 11 sheets that you can tape together. And my graphic designer, on a whim, put these little tape marks where the tape goes, which I actually think is fairly hilarious. Also, if you purchase the kit, you will get this in one sheet. You won't have to tape your pages together, I promise. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut 2 pairs of fabric. We're going to cut 2 of whatever fabric you're going to use for one side of your bag, and you want to make sure that the fabrics, the right sides of the fabrics are facing each other when you cut, or that they're both facing away. You need the print to mirror. You want to make sure that you're not cutting 2 in the same orientation or they won't match up. So I'm going to cut 2 of one fabric and I'm going to cut 2 of the other fabric. And then what I'm going to do, the only marks you have to transfer are these dots right here. This is going to tell you where to begin and end your first stitch line. Those are the only marks that you have to transfer from the paper pattern to your fabric. So you're going to stitch from, let's see if I can make the camera work. We're going to stitch from dot to dot and then stitch the 2 straps together. So 2 of the same fabric go together, and those are the ones you're going to sew. So I'm going to switch over here to the sewing machine. I don't know, Bethany, if you want to get rid of my face. I don't. Now, let's talk about seam allowances. I know for those of you who are very serious quilters that you care deeply about seam allowances. One of the joys of making a bag is it doesn't have to fit anybody. So I could do a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I could do a 1/2, or what I mostly do for things like bags where it doesn't matter exactly about a 1/4 inch one place or the other. What I tend to do is the width of the foot, which is about 3/8 of an inch. So I'm started at one dot, and I'm going to sew all the way around to the other dot. You can pin this if you like. I am a clip kind of a girl. You take that last clip off. So here is my dot. So I know that's where I'm going to end my seam. And you do want to lock stitch. That's important. I've been sewing for more years than many of you have been alive, but I am more of a garment sewist and a craft sewist than I am a quilter. So some things, sometimes I'm going to say things that might be a little different than you're used to. So the next thing I want to do is clip the seams. Now, most people are sort of taught to clip this way with the point of their scissors, but to me personally, I feel like it's too easy to go too far and clip into your seam, which you don't want to do. So I like to use the end closer to the join. I clip on an angle. Make sure you can see. To me, that gives me a little more control. I'm not going to accidentally snap my blades shut and cut too far. The more curved the seam is, the more cuts you have to make. So I'm going to make far more cuts on this little curvy bit at the bottom than I did on the straighter part of the sides. I will also say the thicker the fabric, the more cuts you have to make. So on my jacquard side, on my green and cream, I had a whole lot of clipping to do because the thicker the fabric is, so let's get really specific about it. The reason we clip is so that there is enough real estate for the curved seam to turn. If I try and turn it like this and I have no curve, the fabric's going to fight with the curve and it's going to be lumpy. So making these curves relaxes the tension on the fabric. I need enough real estate for that curve to happen. So I'm going to think about how curvy my seam is. See, now this is a straighter part of the seam. I'm not getting so excited about it. I'm just putting a couple little clips in here. And I'm also going to think about the thickness of my fabric. I'm just turning my iron on in case I have to press something later. The next thing I'm going to do is sew the two straps. So we have the one long strap and the one short strap. So I'm going to go ahead and sew those together. Remember, you're sewing the two fabrics together that are the same. If you are sewing two different colors together, you have either made a mistake or a really interesting design choice. There we go. And lock stitch everything. I know you don't always do that on some projects, but on bags, all of these seams and curves are going to have stress on them. So you want them to be lock stitched. Let's go. There we go. Now, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go crazy and turn the whole thing and press it, but I am going to press open my scrap seams real quick because I'll show you why in 1 minute. But when we start putting these two pieces together, we want to make sure that those seams line up. So give me 1 second here. And I'm not doing a very good job, but again, I want that seam to be open. I'm not worried about pressing anything else open, just the seams on the straps. So now, We're going to take either one of the pairs. I'm going to do the green one because I prepped that earlier. And I'm going to turn it right side out. So you can see where I clipped all my seams. And I'm not worried about raw edges because the other joy of this pattern is they're never going to show. There is no point at which a raw edge is going to show. So I'm going to take my piece that is right side out and I'm going to put it inside the piece that is wrong side out. Let me say that again. I'm going to take one assembled pair, right side out, and I'm going to put it inside the other pair that is assembled that is wrong side out. And I'm going to match these seams up, and that's why I wanted them to be flat. Let's see if I can get a little. Here we go. So I have my seam here and my seam here. And I'm going to do that on the inside. So what the only seam we're going to sew right now is the inside curve. So this is the first part at which we're taking the two sides and attaching them. I don't know how I sewed before these clips were invented. They are my very favorite thing. So much faster than pins. And I just noticed I twisted one of my straps here. Let me fix that real quick.
Hey, Mary Beth, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey, we had a quick question. Someone asked, because you were talking about clipping around your curves. Someone asked if you could use pinking shears for that, or is clipping in that curve a little different method than what the pinking shear can give you?
I have used pinking shears before. I would use pinking shears if it was a lightweight fabric like, say, quilting cotton. But to me personally, and you can experiment with pinking shears if you want, a pinking shear is going, for me to get, let me find a seam. I'd have to get so close to that to get that whole bit of opening that I could turn. I personally would be concerned that for my pinking shears to be close enough for it to be useful, that I would be likely to cut that seam. And also, I mean, a pinking shear is only going to leave you about that much seam allowance. Now, for me, for a bag, I like a bigger seam allowance because it's more durable.
Yeah, it does make it more durable. And when you show those things up close, can you hold it a little closer to the camera so they can see it?
When I sew, I'm sorry.
When you're showing those seams and stuff, can you hold it closer to the camera?
Yep, I absolutely can.
Perfect.
So now what we're going to do, I have one strap pinned on both sides. I have the big strap pinned on both sides. And now what I'm going to do is put some clips. So this is the, too many cameras and too many sewing machines. This is the center opening. So this is the seam we're going to sew right now. So I'm going to put some more clips on there to hold it, and it should match perfectly. But if it doesn't, you can fudge a little bit. Again, especially for those of you who are mostly quilters, there's a lot more fudge factor in sewing bags. The thing with quilting is if you're off by 1/8 of an inch, it can really skew your whole thing. And I feel the same way about garments. If you're off 1/8 of an inch here and 1/8 of an inch there, you can really affect the fit. For your bag, is it a little bigger by 1/2 an inch? Is it a little smaller by 1/2 an inch? Who cares? It's not that big a deal. All right, so here I am. There we go. Now my center opening is all clipped. So let me pop off my tray here, just because it makes life easier. And it does not matter where you begin or end. I tend to begin at a seam. But what we're going to do now is sew the entire opening, which is a big, basically a big oval. There we go. So I'm coming around to the seam on the other strap, and I'm going to hold those open. I want them to be flat. Coming around the other curve. All right, so here we have our seam. We've sewed all the way around. I'm going to clip the curves. I'm just going to do a very quick job right now so we can move on. I'm not going to go too crazy, but if you have any more questions, now is a good time to bring that up. I was thinking about this earlier when I was a small person and my mother was teaching me to sew on commercial sewing patterns. And for those of you of a certain age, you may remember they had triangles, notches on the side. And my mother, bless her, instead of teaching me how to just clip a curve like that, made me cut the little triangles out. So it is amazing that I still sew. But for all of us, as we move forward in our project making, we learn what works for us and the shortcuts that we need to take to give us the project that we want, but also an enjoyable experience. Okay, here is where it gets adventurous. So I like to go in through the long strap because there's more room. So here's the opening by the long strap. I'm going to reach inside between the two pairs and I'm going to turn the whole ball game inside out. So I'm pulling the bottom curves out through that strap. And you have what looks like a giant mess, but I promise you it's like origami. It's all going to fold together in a minute. I'm going to pop these clips off for the moment. The two remaining strap clips that I had. And now, this is what we have. Both of them are right side out, and we have this that looks sort of like an elephant. What we're going to do is take one of them and push it inside the other one. Like that. So now if you look right here, here's one side of the fabric. I hesitate to say right side, wrong side. And there's my seam. So we're looking at the right side of the assembly. And here is my other side. We're looking at the right side of the assembly. So I'm going to fold everything. I think I'm going to clip those seams again together. Now that I have my wrong sides facing, I'm going to put one clip here. And one clip here. Oh, I got a little frayed edge action going on here. I don't know why I'm rushing. This is the fastest bag in the world. It took me longer to cut out than it's going to take to sew it. So here's what I have going on now. Let's see if I can do a better job at this. Here's my opening. I have a raw edge on the short strap, and I have a raw edge on the long strap. So I'm going to do not a great job because I'm sort of in a hurry, but I'm going to press this real quick and top stitch the center opening. Now, about the thread color, I used the same color as the lining. I used the brown. For some reason, the brown on thread on the green side bothered me less than the green thread on the brown side. You, of course, can use a top thread and a bobbin thread that are different. Or you could use a decorative thread, maybe a gold or a color that contrasts on both sides to give yourself a decorative edge for your top stitching. All right, now I'm going to put a couple clips in here just to make sure nothing shifts, and I'm going to top stitch all the way around, and I'm going to top stitch as close to that fold as I can get. Now, again, normally I would have done a better job pressing. I sort of rushed it here, but you can see I'm sort of rolling the fabric so that the fold is right on the edge. I don't want to see either color on the other side. You see what I mean by rolling it? I'm sort of rolling the two sides back and forth to get that seam right on the edge. And again, that's something I would have done when I was ironing. Oh, I have angered the sewing machine. I have hit the wrong button. You want to spread your fabric out. I almost, let me show you because I almost did it by accident. I almost pinned a little pleat in there. We don't want that. So you may notice on my curved spot, if it's not laying flat, I'm giving it a little tug from side to side. Again, I just want to relax those fibers enough so that they go around that curve without leaving us a big lump. All right, here we are. I'm going to sew all the way around that opening. Again, I'm just top stitching. And it is easier if you take the tray off your sewing machine. It just gives you a little more room to get around. Once again, it doesn't matter where you begin or end your seam. I tend to do it at one of the shoulder, well, I guess it's not a shoulder strap. I tend to do it at the seam where the top of my straps is assembled. Now, I know people when they learn to top stitch can sometimes have a little anxiety about it. And they're so invested in getting close to the edge that they roll off the side. So if you are relatively new to top stitching, I would say you would do better to focus on staying on the fabric and staying even than you would to focus on getting super close to the edge. Because if you go off the edge, you're going to have to stop and go back and fix it. You're going to have a little bit of overlapping. So if you're new to top stitching, I recommend paying more attention to staying even and staying on the fabric than you do to getting close to the edge. It's one of those techniques that you will get better with practice. You can also, I hope you can see, I'm giving this some tension this way. That does two things. It helps my curves stay open. It also helps that seam roll to the side. Giving it a little tension. What I really want to do is make one of these with some of my scrap fabric, because I don't care what kind of a sewist you are, whether you do garments and craft sewing like I do, or if you're a quilter, the sewing pile can get, the scrap pile can get a little overwhelming. All right, we're almost there. You want to pay special attention at the curve, again, so we don't get any weird pleats under here. And I'm using my hand that's underneath to kind of smooth things out and make sure we don't have anything unfortunate happening. Giving that a little tension. All right. Believe it or not, we have been at this for 30 minutes and we are almost finished. So our bottom seams are lovely. Our center opening is lovely. We don't have any little weird pleats or anything unfortunate going on the other side, which makes the bag reversible. The last thing I have to do is top stitch around these openings. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn under my seam allowance on both sides. I'm going to keep that seam flat. I want this flat and open. Let's see, it's probably easier to see on the green side. My seam is flat and open, not pressed to one side or the other. I'm going to turn in one seam allowance, two seam allowances. Now, you want to hold onto the side, this side, that has the seam on it and smooth it out to make sure you don't have any buckles or bubbles. And you want a fair amount of clips on this because this is what's holding everything together. The next one I'm going to do is down here. This is where the dots were telling me when to stop sewing. So I'm going to match that seam. Turning both seam allowances towards the center. Now these are, I'm not worried about clipping curves or anything. These are very straight seams. So just turn the two seam allowances in. And this is what I'm saying about pulling it side to side. I have tension here and I'm pulling it to see how that brown is sticking out. I don't want that, so I'm going to roll that brown a little bit more. You want to make sure when you top stitch it together that it lays flat. All the time that you spend focusing on clipping is going to make your sewing time shorter and your experience a lot happier. So again, see that brown is sticking out too much? The other thing about doing it this way, if you have had a cutting incident, if you're not really secure in your cutting, this adding the last strap at the last seam, adding that last seam on the strap, you can hide a multitude of sins. You can really, if you made any kind of error in cutting or having a seam allowance that was a little uneven, this is where you can fix it. And if you're worried about things like this, nobody is going to come up to you at the farmer's market or your evening event with a tape measure and tell you that your strap is off by 1/8 of an inch. No one will care, I absolutely promise you. Once you get the two seams clipped, the one at the top and the one at the bottom, it's much easier to get everything else into place. Because those seam clips act as anchors. You know, everything is even. All right, so there's one. I'm going to go ahead and top stitch this now to show you because I'm running out of time. But I would do the same thing to this little side right here. I'd put a clip up here, I'd put a clip up here, and then quick turn those seam allowances under. So the last thing I have to do, and I'm going to do it to both straps, is top stitch all the way around. All right, I have hit a button again. I swear to you guys, I'm if you could see my studio setup right now. Let's see, needle up, needle down. There we go. Between the cameras and the iron and the sewing machine and the clips and fabric and the pattern, it is a little tight here today. Same thing as when I did the top stitching on the center thing. I'm giving this a little bit of tension to make sure that the two sides are laying flat against each other. Now, when I top stitched the center oval, there was a seam holding it together, and then the top stitching was decorative. On the outside of the straps here, the top stitching is the only thing holding everything together. So as you have practiced your top stitching, if you can get a little closer to the edge, this is the time to do it. And if you are concerned that your skills will not allow you to do that, give yourself a fatter seam allowance. What you don't want is to be so far inland that the seam allowance pops out. So those are the two ways you can fix that. You can top stitch a little closer, or you can give yourself a bigger seam allowance. So I'm just going to go ahead and finish this seam. And that's the whole ball game. The only thing I would have to do, that again, I'm not going to do it now in the interest of time, but I would turn this side under and top stitch around, and the bag would be completely finished. Bethany, can we go back to the other camera, please? the front facing one. There we go. So there's my long strap. Here's my short strap again. The only thing I didn't do was top stitch that one side. And you guys, we made this bag in 40 minutes. So if you want to make a bag out of fabric that you have for an evening out, you can knock this out in an afternoon. So to wear it, you're going to take your tall strap and put it from the, so I'm going from the center out. I'm going inside through the short strap and out. And there she is. With the exception of that one little bit of top stitching, she is completely finished. And if I wanted to wear her the other way, I would just turn it right side out. And the same ball game, I'm going to take the long strap, put it down in the center, and bring it up through the short strap. And there is our Japanese knot bag, finished in an afternoon.
I love it. That
I'll
turned
turn
out
that
so
right back over to
great.
you, and look at us, right on time.
I know. And that turned out so fun, and everybody really loved it. And even some people were saying, like, I've made these before and I've given them as gifts or for a fundraiser or to my book club. And I just think that's so fun. These are such a great way to like utilize maybe some scraps or try some new materials you haven't worked with before. So I think one question we had was, what was your stitch length for using this thicker material?
I didn't make a huge adjustment. I have it at 2.5 on, I'm using a Baby Lock Genuine today. So 2.5 millimeter. And I had the speed of the machine set almost as high as it'll go because, you know, you can whip around it pretty fast. The reason though I keep going over the beginner things, I don't want people to be afraid to make things that they can wear. The other thing these are great for is holiday gifts. You can tuck a gift inside. I know a lot of us are trying to avoid so much wrapping paper trash. But because it's not, as a lot of you know, I'm a knitter, and we joke about, you know, are you knit worthy? Am I going to knit a sweater for you? These I can knock out 5 in an afternoon. And then if you never wear it again, I won't even be offended. And a very small amount of material.
I also saw someone say that they use it for their knitting or crocheting to, like, if they're taking a project on the go with them, they can fit their materials or supplies in that. So I think that's a really great idea as well for any of our knitters and crocheters out there too. But I want to go over real quick that
one more thing while we're on the topic. Ren Fair people use them as belt bags.
Oh, nice.
If you have
through the
belt,
you
can run the belt through the bigger strap, but you can't be pickpocketed because the smaller strap is holding it together. Now you'd have to slide it up
to get down into it
if your belt was in there. But again, my Ren Fair folks love these for belt bags.
Oh, that's a good idea. So many different ways to use it. I just wanted to pop up on the screen real quick. If you use the code Caterpillar over at Mary Beth's website, which we linked in the chat and I can drop it again, you'll get the Japanese knot bag pattern for free. So thank you, Mary Beth, for that. And then if you want to get the full project kit with the materials she used today, she has it available on her website. And you can use the code Jacquard to get $10 off that kit, which is wonderful. Now, I know you're giving one away to one of our registered or VIP members of this event. So I do have that winner, and we're going to announce that winner right now.
Oh, I'm excited. Go for it.
Drum roll. The winner is Savannah Stillman from West Lebanon, New Hampshire. Hi. Thank you, Savannah. Congratulations on winning the kit. And I will get that information over to Mary Beth so she can get that sent off to you.
I will say I'm on the road next week, so I'm shipping July 2nd.
Okay, sounds good. Good to know. But yes, congratulations, Savannah. Thank you, Mary Beth, for donating that giveaway. And I'll drop some links real quick in the chat in just a second for everybody to go to your website again and check those things out. But we really appreciate you being here. And for those who are our VIP members, Mary Beth will be hanging out with us later this afternoon in our private Zoom to answer questions and get to know you guys a little bit better, and for you to get to know her better. So we're going to do that.
Thank you so much for having me. I really do appreciate it.
No, we appreciate it. We're so grateful for the time and all the things that we just learned. And if you want to chat with Mary Beth more later this afternoon, just be sure to sign up for our VIP. It is not too late, but we'll see you then, Mary Beth. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right, let me see here. Hi, here I am, nice and big all of a sudden. All right, so that was super fun. We had a great time learning how to make a bag. If you've never made a bag before, that is a great beginner-friendly bag. So I highly recommend you give it a try. You guys had some great questions. I think we got to most of them, but if you have a question we didn't answer, you can join us in that VIP Zoom this afternoon. Now, our next presenter is in our studio with Melody in Salt Lake City, Utah at the Caterpillar Studio today. Her name is Amy Smart with Diary of a Quilter. I am a huge fan. And she is also one of our affiliates as well. And I ran into her at the H&H show last May, and I said, I would love for you to come on and talk all about pre-cut fabrics, because she makes some beautiful quilts and she has beautiful fabrics with Riley Blake, but she also is really helpful in understanding what to make with a jelly roll, what to make with a layer cake, what to make with all these other pre-cut fabrics. And there's a lot out there, and I like to collect them because they're beautiful in my shelves, in my little cabinets here. But she's going to give us some inspiration and some tips on things that you can make with it. And she's got some fun things for us as well. So I'm going to bring her on stage, and let's see here. Hello.
Hello, everybody. Good to be here.
I love your quilt in the background.
Oh, thank you. We're going to talk about this one.
I think that needs to be a permanent resident in our studio because that looks so pretty.
Thank you. Yeah, it's fun I love this one. It's favorite.
I'm so excited for what you're going to be sharing. Now, before I hand it over to you, I just want to let everybody know that Amy is offering a discount of 20% off her website. The code is June 20, and that is through June 30th. You can use that code. And I'm going to put a link to her website in the chat as soon as she gets started, so you can go check it out. She's got some beautiful patterns. I'm sure she's going to be sharing some of those with us today. So with that being said, Amy, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Okay, sounds great. Well, I'm so excited to be here, and it's fun to be able to come in the studio. I didn't have to clean my sewing room. So I'm super excited to have this opportunity. And today, like Bethany said, I am going to talk about pre-cuts, because pre-cuts are probably my favorite invention in the quilting universe. If you want to show overhead, I'll just show like a kind of demo. So here is what pre-cuts look like. And basically what they are, they come in 3 specific sizes. And I'm just going to give you a little background on how they were invented, but let me just show you the sizes while I've got the overhead camera. So we have 5-inch by 5-inch squares, and those are called charm packs or 5-inch stackers. Different companies have different labels for them because those names are trademarked, but they are all consistently the same size. So 5-inch by 5-inch squares. Then we have layer cakes, 10-inch stackers. They are 10-inch by 10-inch squares. And then we have something called jelly rolls, or roly-polies, just whatever the fabric company names them, but they are 2.5-inch. Let me show you what they look like without unrolling this one. They are 2.5-inch wide strips that are cut from selvage to selvage edge. So they're the width of the fabric. This one, so you can see that. So here's the selvage. So they are just each set has its really great uses. And basically, they all consist of a fabric collection. So when a fabric company releases a collection, it usually has between like 18 to 35, 40 prints. So originally, charm packs were the first pre-cut to come on the market, and they were collections that usually had 42 prints. So that's kind of where the number comes from. Almost every charm pack has 42 pre-cut 5-inch by 5-inch squares. And so at the time, so traditionally a charm quilt is a quilt that had 0 repeats of of any fabrics. And so it was something that people would exchange, like they would save their scraps. I'm talking like 100 years ago, more than in the 19th century even. They would save their scraps and then they would exchange them with friends to make a charm quilt, which meant that they had no fabric repeats. So it was just kind of a fun, scrappy fabric exchange. So that's where the name comes from. A charm quilt has no repeats. So when charm packs were originally released, the fabric company, I think it was Moda at the time, they typically they would just include one square from every print in the collection. Now they have become standardized so that charm packs or 5-inch stackers have typically 42 squares. So if a fabric collection doesn't have 42 prints, which most don't now, that's such a huge range. Most are around 24. So there will be some repeats. You can see. So if we go, do you mind if we go up?
Yeah.
No, no worries. So you can see there's some repeats, which is nice. You get some 2 of some prints and some just 1. But the beauty of these pre-cut collections is that they are all pre-coordinated for you. So if, for example, and maybe you can come back to me while I explain this part. If, for example, you feel intimidated picking fabric, if that's something that intimidates you about making a project, I'm going to fix my little earbud here so I don't move something. Then these pre-cut bundles are the perfect way to get a perfectly coordinated quilt, because not only are you getting a color palette that all works together, but you're also getting a variety of scales of prints. So let's see, it's probably easier if I show you on this big one. So you can see, like, I've got kind of a medium scale print. I've got some small scale prints, and I have, like, see this one on the cover is a large scale print. So not only are you getting like a perfectly coordinated color palette that's going to look really nice all together because the designer has done all the work for you, but you're also getting a variety of scales. And that's what makes a quilt interesting. You can kind of see it with this one here. You can see, like, we've got a gingham, we've got small scales, and that just is what gives the quilt interest and movement, is when you have a variety of scales. If you're using all really big scale prints, which are so pretty, it can just look messy. And so you need that variety of color and scale. So that is the beauty of pre-cuts. They come already picked and coordinated for you. So we're going to talk about, so there's the benefits of working with pre-cuts. Now I'm going to motivate you how to use those pre-cuts, because we go into the quilt store and they look so pretty, and we bring them home and we pet them and we just don't want to mess them up, but they are made to be used and made to make beautiful quilts. And I've got so much inspiration today to show you how to put those pre-cuts to work. So I'm going to set these aside, and I'm going to give you one of my first tips for working with pre-cuts. You will notice, and I'm just going to bring up some squares that are, this collection is called Honey Locust. It is by Amber Johnson for Riley Blake Designs, and it's in stores now. It's available. So if this is something you're interested in, it is something that you can find. You'll notice that pre-cuts come with a pinked edge, meaning there's like a little zigzag edge around the cut of fabric. And this is on purpose. This is so that the pre-cuts don't fray. Especially when you're working with this size piece of fabric, you start having frayed edges and you're going to lose width, and you're going to lose the size of the pre-cut. So that pinked edge keeps everything from fraying. But there is a hazard to that, and they do have a lot of lint. So I always keep a lint roller in my sewing room, and this is why. I mean, first for me, because you know what it's like to get covered with threads when you're sewing, but I also run them along the edge of my pre-cuts, and it just absorbs that lint, so your cutting mat's just not covered with lint when you open it up. So for example, I would just do a quick roll before I even unrolled it, and I don't know if you can see how much lint, it's white, so it's probably hard to see. It picks up just by doing that, but it's so simple. It's just such a simple thing, and that's just going to save you having to lint roll your cutting mat or yourself later. And you can do it on the edge as well of, just do it right on the edge of this pre-cut squares, and it just will pick up that little bit of extra lint. You're grateful those edges are pinked because again, it saves you losing any fabric yardage. It also, they just have a longer life because they're not getting sprayed. But there's a little tip to keep your lint down to a minimum. Just roll it right away, right before you open it, and then collects that, and you're good to keep going. So first of all, let's talk about some project ideas for using 5-inch squares. And Bethany, if anyone has questions, I don't have my glass. I can't read the questions, so I'm going to just rely on you. Okay, perfect. And this, hold on.
You really don't need that for a little bit. Bethany's not there right
now. Okay,
so you're fine.
Perfect. Okay. So let's talk about 5-inch squares and charm squares and how to, some project ideas for using them. Here is the easiest one of all, is just a really simple patchwork quilt. This is made with 2 charm packs and just a really simple, easy baby quilt. So if you know somebody, maybe it's a grandchild, maybe it's a friend who wants to make their first quilt and they feel totally overwhelmed, like walking into a fabric store just is totally overwhelming and they don't know where to start, this is the perfect place. Just help them find these pre-cut 5-inch squares, and they've got their squares cut, so it eliminates having to teach them how to rotary cut, especially if you're working with a child and you don't want them rotary cutting for safety reasons, whatever the purpose is, or somebody, it might be as we're getting older or arthritis, this just saves so much time to get those squares ready to go. And you can just easily lay it out and make a simple baby quilt just with 2 of these without having to buy a ton of yardage. All you need to buy is yardage for the binding and the backing. So it's super simple. And if you feel overwhelmed laying out the squares, here, look, I will show you the simplest trick of all. You can see I just went diagonal with the colors. Can you see that? So you see that dark and then the whites. And then I think I alternated, there weren't as many greens and oranges, but that was just a really simple way to get a cohesive layout where you've got things spaced kind of evenly without it even looking like a dominant pattern. So there's a little tip and trick. And I will say, as I'm sharing these, this class comes with a free PDF download. So all of the projects I'm going to demonstrate today have links, have tutorials that are on my website, so you can easily go back and find them. Or if you have more questions or want to see more details, or you want just photos so you can walk through the process, they're all on this PDF download. And so Bethany's going to share how you get that. I'll have it available on my site too if we I can put that up today as well. But this is your go-to. So, and I have projects I have, let's see, I'll show it from above, then it's easier to see than from far away. I have a list of the benefits of pre-cuts, tips for using all pre-cuts, like the one I just showed you, and then a list of projects for 5-inch charm packs, 10-inch layer cakes, and 2.5-inch strip jelly rolls. And an exclusive pattern discount is also on here, so you can find it easily. And I list the website. So if you download this PDF, you should, if it opens up in your PDF reader, you should be able to click on the links and it will take you directly to those pages. But if for any reason, or that's not working, you can just highlight and copy the website link and just put it right in your browser and it'll come right up. So hopefully lots of information. And so for example, this quilt is right here, beginner patchwork quilt. So if you want more steps on how to make a beginner friendly patchwork quilt and you don't want to have to figure it out on your own, I've done all the work for you so you can teach that friend or grandchild how to make their own quilt. So it'll walk you through step by step the process. So I'll walk through more of these tutorials, but just to explain, there's also, in addition to free tutorials, there are also quilt pattern ideas, and I'll be showing some of those, but they're listed there as well. So everything is on the PDF. If you have more questions, you want access to lots of ideas, you can print this and save this and use it as a reference, whatever, when you need ideas.
Saved it to my computer.
Oh yes, Melody just saved it. So I wanted to put it all in one place since we don't have a ton of time here in the studio. So let's get started on one of my favorite ways to use charm bags. besides just the simple squares, which is a simple patchwork quilts might be my favorite. They're so simple. But again, you pull in these coordinated collections and they look so beautiful. Just such an easy way to make a great quilt and especially beginner friendly. Okay, let me show you what we're working on here. So one thing we're going to walk through making half square triangles. This is another basic building block for quilts. And once you know this technique, you can do it in the 5-inch size, the 10-inch size. We're going to walk through that. So let me just show you my favorite method for making half square triangles. That is a time saver because you make 2 at once. So in this case, I would go through and kind of divide them up by colors a little bit through my charm squares. And then I would start matching things that contrast, because I want that contrast. And so let's do like those together. Actually, I'm going to do this bigger scale with a smaller scale print. And this here. And I'm just matching them up right sides together. And I'll just make the whole pile. You don't have to do that. But if I'm making a quilt, I will just do all the matching in one go. And then they're ready for the next step. So for now, that's kind of, you get the idea of how those, okay, see, like here's another small scale print. I'm going to match it with this big scale print. Okay, so there's just a quick tip as you're matching. And I'll show you what happens next. So I've got my 5 by 5-inch squares matched right sides together, and I'll just stack them up. And then they're easy to just pick up and do the next step. So the next step, grab my ruler, is I'm going to draw one diagonal line on the back of one square in that stack. Sorry, I should say one diagonal line per pair of matched up 5-inch squares. Okay. And you can see, let's try again, that if I batch the steps, like I do all the matching, then I do all of the marking the lines, it helps the process rather than doing one, it takes so much longer. So do your steps in batches is another quilting tip I totally recommend. Okay, and we'll just imagine I did the whole stack. And then I will take these, you can pin it if you're more comfortable, but with a something this size, they hold together nice. You can easily feed it through. So I will line up. So here I have a 1/4-inch foot on my sewing machine. So this guide is my 1/4-inch line. And I will line up that guide or wherever your 1/4-inch seam hits on your machine, and just run that. I'm going to sew a seam a 1/4-inch away from that line. And you can even chain sew these, which is another time-saving step. And just imagine I could chain sew a whole bunch of them. And then I'm going to flip it around, and I should have brought dark thread. I don't know how well you can see, but here's the seam that's a 1/4-inch away from that center line. Now I'm just running it through my machine again to sew a 1/4-inch seam on the other side of that line. And I can just continue with the chain sewing. Okay, so now I've got these squares sewn together. Break them apart, and then you're going to cut right on that drawn line. So it doesn't matter too much. Like I don't worry about using a erasable pen or anything. I just use, as you can see, I just use a regular pen because that line is going to go away. It's just going to be cut. And then I have 2 identical half square triangles. Can you see that? Let me press one so you can see what it looks like. And then I like to press my seams to the dark side. And isn't it crazy that I'm just pressing on this tempered glass? It's amazing. Actually gets a really great press.
Good, right?
Yes. Oh my gosh, that's such a great flat seam. Okay, so this is going to be what your half square triangles look like. I'll show you some tricks. You definitely want to square up your blocks. I know it's not everyone's favorite thing to do. It's not my favorite thing to do either. But squaring up your blocks, especially after you've sewn a seam on the bias, like that bias can stretch. And actually doing it this method prevents a lot of stretching. So it's another reason, not only is it a great shortcut, but it prevents your fabric from stretching. If I had just cut these into triangles and fed the triangles through, that bias side would kind of pull and stretch and distort the shape. So this helps prevent that. Nevertheless, we still want to square up our blocks. You can see, in fact, these lines have a good guide. You can see it's just not quite square. And so, like this, I want to square up all my blocks just slightly smaller. So if I'm doing this with 5-inch squares, which we're using charm pack, so this is the size, I square up these blocks to 4.5. And I don't know if you can see my ruler. I have a diagonal 45-degree line, and I use that as a guide to line up on the seam so that my seam is centered. And then I just can easily rotate and trim all 4 sides. Now I do have a shortcut for this too. So let's just clear. So there you go. In fact, this board has a 4.5-inch, this rotating mat has a nice 4.5-inch guide. So there is my 4.5-inch perfect half square triangle. And now let me show you a quick trick. This requires an extra tool, but it is worth every penny of investment, and it's only like $7, so it's not even that much. This is a quilt in a day. There are a bunch of different half square triangle square rulers. This is my personal favorite because it's so versatile. You can use it on any size half square triangle block up to 6.5 inches. And then they make a bigger version for squaring up to like 12.5 inches. So it's made by Quilt in a Day, and it's just called the half square triangle square up ruler. And this has a guide, and it's probably a little tricky to see, but I have a line that says 4.5 inches. So that's the finished size I want. Well, the unfinished size of the block, but the block I want these to square up to. And I can put that 4.5-inch line right on the seam. Now that's the tricky thing. Don't put it on the edge, put it right on the seam. And that way, before I even open up my block, I can square up. It cuts half the time. I only have to square 2 edges. I just trim the dog ear. And here's what that looks like if I don't trim it. If you don't trim it, you have this little tag right there. So I just trim it before I even open it up. Come over and press. And if you're new to quilting, I recommend pressing from the top because you can get that seam nice and flat from the top, like by just sticking the nose of your iron in that seam. You get a beautiful flat block. So here we have 2 simple half square triangle blocks in so much time. We've saved so much time. It's a great shortcut for getting 2 identical blocks at once. And so I could do all of my sets, chain them through, come out with these perfect half square triangle blocks. And don't skip. I know it's tedious, but don't skip the squaring up. It really does make a difference. When you go to sew all your blocks together, it's going to make a big difference. So here's a look at something I made using half square, these same size blocks. And you can see it's scrappy. I did match like a dark and a light fabric. So even though it's a really scrappy project, there is some light and darks to play with when it gets laid out. So this is just a fun pillow, but you can see how fun that is to just play with half square triangles and make a really scrappy project. Let me show you another example of using a charm pack. So for example, if you want to buy fewer charm packs, you could match up your fabrics you could get a solid piece of yardage, which is more inexpensive than printed yardage. And I cut a bunch of 5-inch squares, and I just used the exact same process, matching all these up into piles, using the same process, drawing the line to make half square triangle blocks. And here's how this turned out. So it's using the same charm pack, the same prints, and look how different it looks when I've mixed it with a solid. This is the solid is a confetti cotton by Riley Blake. It's cider is the color, and it just matched really beautifully. So it just kind of gives a little pop with these same blocks. You can see they're just mixed in. So there's another option. And I laid this out as well as the pillow using what's called a broken dishes layout. And again, both this is on the sheet, but we're just alternating the lights and darks. And you can see that on this, it kind of just creates a little bit like of a pinwheel design. So just by rotating the direction of the triangle blocks and alternating where those solid the solid triangles play off the print triangles, just another really fun variety for using this same charm pack. And this, I only used half of a charm pack to make this size. So this would be an easy table quilt, or I could easily make it so much bigger by using the rest of the charm pack. So there's some options. Let me show you another look that's kind of similar. So here is a quilt that I made all using half square triangles, and you can see how I changed the look by making all the triangles go in one direction. But this is the exact same method, exact same amazing things. Yeah. And I just used scraps. In this case, I had like some leftover charm packs. And I just cut up other pieces to 5-inch squares and did the exact same method with those half square triangles that we just walked through. So many things you can do with one set of pre-cut 5-inch by 5-inch squares. So there's just a little bit of inspiration for you. Now I'm going to teach you another trick for building off this half square triangle technique. And that is, oh good. See, triangles aren't scary. Honestly, the trick to triangles is squaring them up, because once you square them up, they're perfect squares. And then they're not nearly as intimidating, and they don't get all wonky and messy. It's a tedious step, but it's worth it. It will make the rest of the quilt assembly so much easier. In fact, let me show you while I've got this one, how I put it together. And so this time, also because I pressed every seam to the dark side, and maybe the overhead would be helpful here. You can see how all the seams come to the dark. So they really nest together nicely when you're sewing your rows together. Again, because you squared them up and because these seams are contrasting, it really, they come together pretty cleanly. And the points, because those opposing seams nest so nicely, it really helps your points stay sharp too. So just some little basic added steps can make such a big difference in how the whole quilt comes together, which is our goal, right? We want to make it pretty, both pretty, but we also want to make it fun. We shouldn't, I heard a quilting lecture once by Gwen Marston, and she said, we shouldn't have to suffer to make a good quilt. Like, this is our hobby that's fun, right? So just these simple techniques can save you a lot of frustration in the long run. Okay, now let's talk about another just layer. We're going to build on this step, making this hourglass block. And this looks so busy and complex. This is the exact same. I used the same process to make half square triangles, and then I just built on them. So I used the same size 5-inch by 5-inch squares and made this, this variation. So let's walk through that step. Get some of these things out of the way, and we're going to use those squares we've already sewn. So let me do a quick trim on these ones. I could use the same and make make like this block. So there were like two, these two darks and these two lights right here. Does that make sense? Here's the lights, here's the dark. But because I want to make it scrappy, so I'm going to show you how I do that. All right.
Cynthia has a quick question.
Yeah.
She is wondering if you can do the triangles with quilt as you go.
Yeah, it would be a different technique though. Yeah. So I would have to play with that. I don't know that one off the top of my head. That's a really good question because quilt as you go is so convenient in a lot of ways, but it is a little trickier. So it would be a different method. Okay. I'm just going to square up one of these really fast. I'm sorry, I lost.
You're fine.
Okay, tell me when I need it.
I will. You're totally fine.
Can you tell I wasn't born to be a TV host. Okay. I'm born to sit in my little sewing room and listen to audiobooks. That's what I'm going to do. And so, okay, but let's do this. Now, you don't have to have lights versus darks. I like it because it's just kind of an easy way to create some pattern, even though this is really scrappy. Here's another example. Let me show you this one. See, like this one I used really light, like I used low volume prints basically. But there, some two options. All right, here, this is the neatest trick. We're gonna make this block, this little hourglass block right here using 2 half square triangle blocks. So you know how to do this. Here we're gonna build our confidence. So you can see I've pressed my seams toward the dark. Now I'm gonna put those seams right on top of each other, and I'm gonna put the dark facing the light. And because those seams are pressed really nicely, they just butt up against each other really cleanly. It's really smooth. You want to feel that because that's what is going to give you this perfect point on your block. So make sure those seams, you just feel it with your hands where they're just hitting each other like this. And we're going to draw another diagonal line, this time going perpendicular to this. Here's the seam we've sewn. So now we're going to draw this line from corner to corner, perpendicular to the seam. Okay, can you see that? Let's see if I can hold it up so you see that line. Then repeat the same process. You're a pro at this by now. 1/4 inch, so I'm sewing 1/4 inch away from that center line. I can just flip it around without cutting the threads and do the same thing down the other side. Oh, my little bag caught on my seam. Hang on. There we go. Okay. Then repeat the process and cut right on that drawn line, right from corner to corner. And now I end up with 2 hourglass blocks. Look how fast and easy that is. And look how scrappy and fun. That's how fast this comes together as you're making these blocks. So let's press them, and we are going to square these up because you've got 2 seams. They do have the capacity to get even a little more wonky. So you do want to square them up. But the most important thing that matters is that center point. That's what's going to show, not the edges. So that's what you want to be careful with. And just simply butting those 2 opposing seams up next to each other does it. Super simple.
Here's a question while you're doing that.
Yeah.
Deborah's question said, you mentioned removing the lint from the pink sides, but when you sew, where do you line up the fabric?
That is such a good question. I'm so glad you said that because I forgot to talk about that. So I will talk about that as we talk about jelly rolls because it's super good. Well, actually, let's just do it right now. Before you sew with pre-cuts, thank you so much for this question because you reminded me. You want to measure them, partly because every manufacturer cuts them just slightly different. Like some might have the pink edge might be like a deeper peak and valley, or wider, so definitely measure your pre-cuts before you start using them. And I just put my ruler right on and I see which edge I'm supposed to be sewing with. So as I put my ruler on, and this is 5 inches, I can see that it's actually, for this one, it's pretty close. It's the pink, it's the peak is what I want to be the edge of my fabric. Sometimes it will be the valley. The way your ruler will show you, like if those little peaks are poking past the line, then you know you want to be lining up with the valley. And you could even just like trim those off if you want. You don't need to, but definitely measure. And you only need to measure one square. You don't need to measure every square in the pack, but just one, just so you know, like, okay, with this set, I'm running the peak or the valley edge against my line to get that 1/4 inch seam. Thank you so much for asking that. It's such an important reminder. And it is on the PDF, so that it should be there. But yes, super important. Yeah, just check that before, especially if you're making something complex, especially as we talk about sewing the strips together, that's going to play a big part in strip piecing. So
Sherry is wondering if you pre-starch before you cut your fabric.
I don't typically, partly because, and this is another great question, they come with enough sizing in them that they they're pretty workable. But that is a recommendation I've seen from other places, like to just do a quick starch, whether it's like flatter spray or just one of the Mary Ellen's Best Press, something like that. If you just spray it with that, it will help, stiffen the fabric a little. And also on that same topic, I don't recommend pre-washing pre-cuts. You will just end up with a mess in your washing machine of threads, and they will shrink and they won't be the size you need them to be. Most fabric manufacturers now, their colors are they're very, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, they hold fast, they don't bleed. And so you don't need to pre-wash. And I definitely recommend you don't pre-wash them before you use them, because it will mess up, it'll mess up your sizes. You'll just have a mess. You'll have so much pressing to do. They will be fine. Once the quilt is pieced, throw it in the wash and wash that sizing out and get a nice cuddly quilt, but don't wash them beforehand. So do measure, don't wash.
So speaking of starch really quick,
Yeah.
Bernadette is wondering if you starch your fabric while you're ironing, does that change the size of your pieces?
I would measure it and see if it does. I don't think it does. I think it just gives them a nice crisp, like a little more of like a stiffer feel, so that it's easier to cut, either to get accurate piecing, accurate cutting, but it shouldn't change the size of it. No, yeah, that's a great question. These are all such great questions. Yes. Okay, I'm going to show you how I square up these blocks really quick, and then we're going to walk through the other sets, because I'm looking at the time like, oh my goodness, we are like got so many fun things. Okay, so this time I'm squaring these blocks up to 4 inches by 4 inches, because we've got an extra seam. They're going to shrink a little. So this square at 4 inches by 4 inches, and to do that, and to make sure this point, remember, that's what's going to show, not these edges. They're just going to get pieced into the seams. We want that centered. So since I'm squaring up to 4 inches by 4 inches, and this time I'm not going to use the shortcut ruler. This time I want these blocks to look nice, but it's still pretty simple. So I find the 2 inch by 2 inch point. See where that intersection is? I've even got the diagonal line on my ruler to help me line up on the diagonal seam. Square 2 sides. Oh. And then the same. I put that center mark on my center point. And there you go. This cutest little hourglass block, and so fun for making scrappy things. And now I could do the same thing I did with this quilt, where I could use like a solid, so it's alternating solids. I could use, there's just a huge variety, but by using the charm pack, you've got your squares pre-cut, you've got the collection that pre-coordinates, and it's just a really easy way. Both of these were made mostly with, this one was made with a pre-cut collection. This one I made with, I had one just random charm pack from years ago, and I matched it with some pieces from my stash, some scraps from my stash. And so this one, just go with the same colors and you can get a nice, really scrappy hourglass block. Now here's the fun thing. The same process works with the 10-inch squares. I could do the exact same process. So here's this quilt is just half square triangles. Can you see the half square triangle blocks? This quilt. So before I even made the hourglass blocks, this is just half square triangles made with the 10-inch pre-cuts. And this pattern is a free tutorial also on my website that you can download for free. And it's called Baby Star. Anyway, just another really great one for using pre-cut 10-inch squares. You could make multiple, you're just basically changing the scale is all you're doing, but you can use the exact same techniques. I also have a hourglass quilt pattern that's using, it's this same block, but with this scale. So it's another really fun one for making a really quick, scrappy quilt. You've got the pre-cut 10-inch squares and you just start sewing. And when you're using the coordinated collection, it's just scrappy, but it all matches and it turns out great. It's a really fun one. Okay, and let me show you what I've got. Oh, yeah. Now here is, you don't even have to cut up the squares, just like we did with the baby quilt that was made with the 5-inch squares. You could do the same with 10-inch squares. Just make a patchwork quilt. But here's another variety. Here's another variation. Is just putting those 10-inch squares on point. Look at, they're big blocks. It's fun because it really shows off the fabric. If it's a collection that's got really beautiful big prints, maybe you don't want to cut them up. So this is a great way to make a quilt using the squares, but just turn on. When we say it's on point, we mean it's rotated at a 45-degree angle. And I have tutorials for making this type of quilt. There's a free tutorial for making it with the 5-inch squares. So it's perfect for a baby quilt or a bigger throw or twin size quilt using the 10-inch squares. So there's options. It's called the lattice quilt. You can find the baby lattice. If you search for baby lattice on my website, you'll find the one that uses the 5-inch squares. And this is the big lattice. This is a pattern to purchase because it offers sizes for throw, twin, queen, and king. So if you want to make a king size quilt, this is a great way to do it because it saves you tons of time cutting and you can just get right to sewing. So that's a great project. Okay, let's talk really quickly about jelly rolls because we don't want to leave them out. And they're kind of a whole different ballgame because we're working with long, skinny strips. So here is, so this is again what the jelly roll collection looks like. And this is a collection from Riley Blake and it's called Hush Hush and it's low volume prints. So you might wonder like, why would I want a roll of just white background prints? But there's lots of patterns that you can use where you just need like a background made with 2.5-inch white strips, or you use some other contrast. Anyways, these are really fun. But here, let's talk about using one that's lots of colors. This is a new collection from Riley Blake that's pickleball, which I have family members that are obsessed with pickleball. So this is super fun. And if I'm going to be using these strips, I might kind of use similar techniques to what I did before and lay out my piles by color. And that way I can mix and match and put things next to each other that coordinate. I'm going to show you some strip piecing technique using these strips. So you get a feel for what that looks like. I've sewn them together. The magic of television. It's like Martha Stewart. Pull something out of the oven that's already baking. I'm going to do it here too. So in this case, quick trim this thread. Let's do it this way. Okay, I've put 2 strips right sides together. You can see these 2 and sewn them along one long edge. Now this is again, we're measuring those strips before I start sewing. You just have to measure 1 from the pack, remember, to see Okay, where's 2.5 inches? Okay, in this one, it's kind of right between the peak and the valley. So I just keep that in mind as I run the strips through my machine. And because the width, 2.5 inch width, you can lose a lot of real estate if your seam allowance isn't accurate. You want to be careful. I recommend a scant 1/4 inch, especially when I'm working with anything smaller than 2.5 inches wide, because you could lose real estate and it will change the size of your block. So if you go to my website and just type in scant 1/4 inch, there's a post that explains what a scant 1/4 inch, how to find it on your machine, because every machine's different. So there's just a little tip. Okay, so for this project, I'm going to just show you a fun technique of, we could use these jelly roll strips to make a rail fence quilt. There's a free tutorial for that where it's just blocks with we're keeping those straight strips. With this technique, I'm going to look how different. This is using jelly roll strips to make these blocks, and you can see the width here, but look how much it changes the look of using these long skinny strips. So this pattern is called a bushel and a peck. This is a crib version. There's a throw size version there that uses just one jelly roll. And so I'm just going to walk you through a quick strip piecing technique before we wrap up, because we got to wrap up. All fun things must come to an end. So no. I would press my seams one direction on these two. So I've sewn 2 sets of strips together, and I'm going to press towards the dark on both. Then I would put these 2 strip sets right sides together on top of each other. And once again, I'm making sure those opposing seam allowances really butt up next to each other. That will keep these matched perfectly without having to use pins. And so here, get some of these things out of the way, is what that would look like. I sew it on both sides of that strip set. So basically I've created a tube. Okay, does that make sense? We've got the 2 different strip sets, right sides together, and I've created this long skinny tube. Let's see if you can get it from that angle. Okay. Now we're going to cut this at an angle. Let me show you how we do that. First of all, we want to cut it at a 45-degree angle. And to do that, I would again use the lines on my ruler. So this one is the 45-degree line. Hope you can see that. And I would line it up, the 45-degree line on the seam, not the edge of the fabric. We want it on the seam, because that is going to be this center line right here on the block. And I just take my first cut as close to the selvage edge as you can. That way you have lots of room to get multiple blocks out of your strip set. Okay. So that's my first cut. Now I'm going to use this ruler. I've got my perfect 45-inch seam. So now I can just put the edge of my ruler and cut a 90-degree. And here's what comes. Those threads will just pop open and you get a nice diagonal block. Isn't that fun? Let me press it. Isn't that a fun shortcut? Like, this is just there. The great thing about pre-cuts is there are myriad of quilt patterns available that are written for using pre-cuts. So you can find all kinds of designs using each of the 3 sets of pre-cuts. Just search jelly rolls, layer cakes, or charm packs, and you will just get a variety. And again, on the PDF, I've given you a variety of looks of different quilts you can make with each of the 3 sets. Let me just show you how I would continue cutting. So I'm, again, and then I get a second block. And look, you get 2 different looks. But this is just to demonstrate cutting your pre-cut strips at different angles is going to give you a totally different look. There's just such a variety. So this, again, all the instructions for this quilt are in the bushel and a peck pattern, but I just wanted you to visualize, kind of broaden our perspective on what is possible using these just squares and strings, basically. So I can go from this to this. So huge variety of options to play with. Let me see if I have any. Nope, I think I showed everything I brought. So yeah, if you have any questions, I'm going to read.
Yeah, Jeanette is wondering. Yeah, go ahead, pop. Beth will be back in a minute, but pop that back in. So Jeanette is wondering, how often do you use that measure, your ruler to measure, to make sure you're 45 degree?
That is a really great question. Down the road. I can usually cut a couple and then I will recheck, because it is really easy for that 45 degree angle to get off, and then your blocks will get wonky. So after cutting about 2 or 3, I will check it. So here's my 45. I'm using that 45 degree line again, putting it right on the seam allowance, and you can see it's a little bit off. So then I would square it. That is another tricky thing about strip piecing. As you're sewing these long strips to each other, and you're sewing across the width of the fabric, it is really easy, because of how your sewing machine feeds the fabric through your machine. The feed dogs on the bottom will grab it more than the foot on the top. They'll kind of slide under it. So you can, let me see if I can show you like this. It can, if I were to just keep adding row, 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 it would start to arc. So if I'm sewing, and there are some great jelly roll patterns where you do sew multiple strips together, I would sew, so say I sewed these ones together with this on top through my machine this way. When I went to sew the next strip together, let me grab one. Put it right sides. I would start the opposite direction and sew it that way. So just visual again. So I sewed one on coming this direction. I would sew the next one going this direction. That will help prevent that bowing, that arcing, when you're sewing lots of long strips together. And it works with, I mean, that's applied with any width of strip. So, past like 3 inches. So that's just another little tip for, as you put it through your machine, just flip the directions, and that'll help keep those strips square.
Roseanne is wondering if it would be better to use a walking foot.
A walking foot probably would be really helpful. I can't sew as fast with a walking foot. And so when I want to just like plow those strips through, I do use my regular foot. And so if I'm doing a lot of sewing, I don't use my walking foot. But if I'm sewing a border to a quilt, or if I'm just sewing one set, yes, using a walking foot would help, because it does ease the 2 layers of fabric through equally. So it's a great suggestion.
Great. Sharon had a question of what the pattern was for the jelly roll quilt, but then it was a bushel and a peck.
A bushel and a peck.
Mm-hmm. Somebody else answered that one.
Yeah, that's this one. Yeah.
Amazing.
All right. Well, that was so fun.
Oh, it's a lot.
There you go. It is, but you really simplified it. The PDF was wonderful. For those who didn't find it, I put the blog that we wrote for Amy, and it's linked in that blog. If you scroll to the bottom, you'll see where that free PDF download is, plus her code. So you can save 20% on her website using the code June20, and that code is good through the 30th of June. So you've got a little time to use it to go explore all of her beautiful patterns and take advantage of that. So Amy, thank you for sharing that with our viewers. We appreciate it. Now, you did have a giveaway.
Yes.
And do you have the items with you?
Yes. So we've got a charm pack, a layer cake, and a roly-poly or jelly roll from Riley Blake.
Oh, I love it. Okay,
it's
so
such
we're
a pretty collection.
These pre-cut fabrics away to one of our either registered or VIP members. And excuse me. And I have that winner already ready to go. So we're going to announce the winner right now here with Amy. So drum roll. Woo. All right. The winner of the pre-cut fabrics from Amy is Anne-Marie White from our Aramo, Idaho. I hope I'm saying that right. But Anne-Marie, thank you so much for registering for our event. And congratulations on winning these pre-cuts. I'm going to get your information over to Amy so she can get this sent off to you. But thank you so much and congrats.
Awesome. Thanks everyone for joining. And thanks for your excellent questions, especially helping me remember things I forgot to share. So they were super
I
great.
know it's hard to remember all the tips. There's so many, and I totally get it. But they had great questions, and there were
Super
some that
great.
we did not get to because there was just so many wonderful questions. And I think it just is proof that one, you're a great teacher, and two, a lot of people are interested in doing these types of projects. I love pre-cut fabrics, not just because they look pretty in my cabinets here,
Right.
which is part of the joy of purchasing them, but I've actually been trying to get more active in using them, and I've made a couple of quilts here recently using them, and I love it so much, and I love to get to the sewing part as quickly as possible, and I think that's what makes pre-cuts so great, because I think there's a lot of, especially for beginner quilters, there's a lot of stress around getting the perfect cuts before you start
picking the perfect fabric. That can be
picking it out can be overwhelming. There's people that love that process. My mom is one of those people. She loves picking out all the fabric. She loves cutting it all up. And I'm like, just make it easy and get me to the sewing. So I think everybody has a different approach, but pre-cuts are great.
They're so good.
So Amy is going to be joining us in our VIP Zoom this afternoon. So if you're a VIP of the Handmade Collective event, then she will be able to answer more of your questions. If you still want to have your questions answered by Amy and you're not a VIP, there's still time to sign up. And we'll be jumping into that Zoom here in a couple of hours. So can't wait for that. But Amy, thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Thanks so much for having me. It was super fun. Thank you.
Oh, we appreciate it. All right. Now I'm going to jump in real quick because Melody and Amy are going to switch spots really quick. So while they're switching spots, I thought I would do two things. One, we're going to do some spin to win. But two, selfishly just kind of wanted to do a little show and tell of my two recent quilts that I made that are made from pre-cut fabric. So before I show them, let's do a spin to win. Close your eyes. Whoop. You didn't see that. All right, let me switch my camera real quick and we'll do a spin to win. Amy was wonderful, wasn't she? She gave me so much inspiration. Oh, okay, we're going to do a spin to win. Let's see what we're playing for. This thing's got some good spin on it. We're playing for a flex light, which you guys saw Melody share all about earlier. So I'm going to write this down. I got to write it down. Flex light. And my question for you is put a number 5 in the chat if you just learned something new from Amy Smart with Diary of a Quilter that inspired you to tackle some new quilting techniques. Put a number 5 in the chat if you learned something new from Amy and her demonstration today. That was so wonderful. And I'm going to pick a random person to win a flex light, which is so exciting. I love flex lights. I love them so much. I have several floating around here. All right. I'm going to give you just a few more seconds. And then we'll jump in and pick a winner. All right. Look at all these number 5s. A lot of people learned some new things from Amy. I mean, she's wonderful. I love her. Okay. Let's just scroll. I'm scrolling. I can't even read the names. It's so fast. Ooh, and we're going back down and we're stopping. Who did I stop on? Teresa Daniel. Congratulations, Teresa. Now I need you, Teresa, to send an email to Melody. I'm going to put her email address right here on the screen. MELODEE@cutterpillar.com. Send her an email with your name, your address, so we can send you the flex light and let her know that that's what you want, a flex light. And then we'll get that sent off to you as soon as possible. So definitely hop on over there and send that email real quick. So congratulations to you, Teresa. And I'm going to do one more. So let me switch back. We're going to do one more. All right, this time we're playing for a clamp light. We haven't really shown off the clamp light. Do I have mine handy? I do. Let me pull it out of the drawer. All right, let me switch my camera. If you haven't seen our clamp light, these are so good. So this has a little suction cup. It clamps to your ruler. So it has a little suction. It's not hard. You just sit it there and clamp it down and it suctions to your ruler. But what it does is it allows you to keep your hand elevated from the ruler. So when you're cutting with a rotary cutter, and you know how sometimes it wants to jump the ruler, if your hand's elevated, you can't cut your hand. Plus it keeps it at a nice ergonomic level, right? Which is so helpful for anybody who has any wrist issues or anything like that, especially when we're cutting a lot of pieces for quilting. And it has a light. So it casts like the perfect shadow right off the edge of your ruler, that so you can just follow that little shadow along. It makes it so much better. So our clamp light's a really popular one. It actually sold out over Christmas, and it took us a little bit to get it back in stock, but they are in stock now. And I'm going to give one away to one of you. Now I'm going to have you put a different number in the chat. See you still putting 5s in there. We're changing the number. Put a number 7. Ooh, we haven't done that number before. Put a number 7 if you need a clamp light in your life. And the other thing I love to mention is it's friendly for left-handed and right-handed. It's reversible, works the same both ways. So for my lefties and my righties, you're good to go. Put a number 7 in the chat if you need a clamp light in your life. And then we'll pick a winner. And while you guys are adding the number 7s, I am going to show off my 2 quilts real quick because I'm really proud of them. These are the biggest quilt tops I've ever made. And they were both made with pre-cut fabrics, okay? So there's so many fun things that you can do. This one was made with a layer cake, which a layer cake is those 10-inch squares, and I cut them to make little mini log cabins, and I paired it with a solid. How fun is that? I thought that one was super fun. Okay. And then the other one I made with a jelly roll, and this might be my favorite quilt of all time because it makes a really pretty star. Let me see if I can open this up all the way. I can't get the whole thing in the screen, but those are my 2 quilt tops I've made recently. And then I just roll them up and throw them in the corner for you guys. All right, number 7. I'm going to pick a lucky winner for a clamp light and go. Kimberly Krieger, congratulations. I am going to write your name down real quick. And then I need you to send Melody an email. And I'm going to put her email address back up on the screen one more time. That is her email address. Please send her an email with your name, your address, and that you want a clamp light. You want one of our clamp lights. Okay. So congratulations, Kimberly. You got it? You got the email address? Thank you guys for letting me share my 2 quilts. I mean, I feel like we should have just a whole live where we just go around and do a show and tell and share all the beautiful things we've made. But anyways, congratulations, Kimberly, on that. We'll do more spin to win later. Thank you guys for saying you love my quilts. That makes me feel good. Okay, so I'm going to turn it back over to Melody. So let's say hi to Melody again. You guys got the studio flipped over real quick. Oh, let me unmute you.
No, my mic's muted. Okay, there we go. Now you can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. I just have to say that Amy made me so excited that I think I'm going to make some stuff. I know I say that all the time, but that was the coolest thing. The like 2 sides of the triangle and cut it that way. There, I feel like I could do that. I feel like I could do that.
Totally could. Like, I never thought I could make quilts like that. Like without having to really dive into it and spend a lot of time cutting. And then I learned how to do it. I was like, well, I made both of those tops in an afternoon.
Yeah,
both of those giant quilt tops.
I'm not going to believe that I can do it in an afternoon, but I believe
I do so very fast.
So I believe I can do it. But I'm very much like I don't like prepping. Like when I paint rooms in my house, that's the part I hate the most. I end up just doing stuff and then I have to go back and fix it all the time because I didn't prep it well.
I know. Yeah. Well, you're going to show off our flip and folds. And while you're doing that, we do have our next presenter waiting. I see her hanging out down there. So she's waving at me. So as soon as you get done, we'll bring on our next presenter. You're going to love this. All right.
I just wanted, thanks, Bethany. I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to talk to you guys about our newer, our flip and fold cutting mats. They are on special this week. If you go to Caterpillar.com, guys, they are 25% off on our website right now. Now, you also all have coupon codes you can use. So you can use that June Live 10 coupon code for 10% off. If you registered for our event, you have a coupon code in your email for 15% off. Or if you are our VIP, you have a coupon code in your email for 20% off. You can use any of those coupon codes along with the discount that is already 25% off on the flip and folds. And you can't stack coupon codes, but you can add your coupon to the already discounted price. So you guys, this is the time to go get them. I just want to tell you a little bit about how awesome these are. I'm going to flip the camera here so I can show this to you. So we have two sizes of our flip and folds. We have our original flip and fold, and we have our flip and fold mini. Now they both work exactly the same, but they're kind of for two different reasons. So the big one I have at my house, I don't have a big cutting table in my sewing room. So I have to always go onto the dining room table. So this mat has been a lifesaver for me because I can open it up and do the cutting on the dining room table, and then I can put it back away. So I'm just going to show you how it works. So this is the bigger flip and fold 48. It starts at 11 by 17 inches, and you can cut right on top of this side. Now, if you need a bigger space, you can flip it open and you can cut on your 11 by 24 side. The grid measurements goes up to 22, but the area is 24 inches. Now, when you do it, have it sitting here facing you. This side has two puzzle pieces right here. See that? Two different puzzle pieces. This side has one. Always start where there's two, and you can flip it open like a book, and you can cut on this side. Then if you need more space, you can flip it and you can fold it open. And so now this is 17 inches by 48 inches. You want to make sure that you always have your little puzzle pieces snapped together, and then it stays nice and flat. This is so great for cutting your strips and things like that. This is great if you take it to a retreat or a class. You can share with your friend. You can cut on this side. They can cut on this side. But this is 17 inches by 48 inches. Now, there's that thing on those old infomercials, you say, wait, but wait, there's more. This will open up one more time. So this opens again. And I just want to show you how big this is. I'll flip the camera here again. This is 36 by 48, guys. 36 by 48. So this is the one that I can set out on my dining room table, and I can do all of my big cutting right in here. But when I'm finished, it folds right back up just like that. And I can store it on my shelf. So I do not have to leave it out. I don't have to find a place to put my big cutting mat. I don't know how many of you guys like you have to lean your mats up against the wall or stick it behind your couch or something like that. And it gets that curve in it and it never seems to flatten out again. That we've kind of fixed that problem because you can fold it up and store it. We also have our mini flip and fold. This one might be my favorite. She is so stinking cute. She's the cutest little thing. I'm gonna show you how this works. It works the exact same as the other one. You start here with your 8.5 by 11, two puzzle pieces on the one side. You can flip that open to 11 by 17. You can flip it open over again to your 11 by 36. Again, just make sure that your little puzzle pieces are snapped together. You can cut right on here. Then you can open this one to 24 by 36. So this mat works the same. You can use it just the same as the other one. You can use it at your house. You can fold it up and you can put it on the shelf. But this one is so, so great for travel, you guys. This one you can take with you. You can have every time we go to a class, you never know what size cutting mats you're going to need. So you try to think of which one might be good, which one you can put in your stuff, which one you can take with you. Oh no, I didn't bring one big enough. Oh no, I brought one too big. It's taking up too much space. All of those different things. This is the greatest little thing. You can fit it into our mini tote, our Glow mini tote that we have on our website as well. And you can travel with it and you can slide it right in here. The thing about this also, guys, I just want to tell you a quick other thing about it. This is made by out of a non-toxic material. It is also heat resistant. So let me know if this happens to any of you guys. Have you ever left your cutting mat in your car? And this is what's happened to it. Have you ever, this has happened to all of us, right? We stick it in the car. We have to go inside to the store, or we go to a movie and it's in the car or whatever. And this happens to your cutting mats. When we did a little test, we put all of these in the car. We put it with our material. It's called TPE. This was left in the car. The hot car in Utah, it gets about 95 degrees outside in Utah in the summertime. This is what happens to that. Look at that. Nothing. It is still perfectly fine. This stuff stays perfectly flat. Guys, these are the best cutting mats. So listen, I know we have our next presenter waiting. Bethany can pop back in whenever you're ready, but this is the cutest thing. These are the best little mats, you guys. They are on sale for this event. They are on sale at 25% off. You can also use your coupon codes along with it. So if you go to, there's a question right there.
Links in the chat, by the way.
Okay, so Bethany popped the links. Yes, Bethany popped the links in the chat. If you search flip and fold, they'll pop up. If you just search flip, they'll pop up. But the mini one is the 36.
Yeah, I was about to say that. We don't call it mini on the website. We just call it mini because 36. It's smaller.
Yes. The bigger one is because the big one folds out to 48 inches and the mini one folds out to 36 inches. So that's why they're named what they're named. But the 48 is the big one that opens all the way to 36 by 48. And the little one opens up to 24 by 36. And you guys, they're my new favorite cutting mats. Like I travel with it all the time now. Yeah. And this one I use at home all the time now because I don't have a cutting table and in my house. I don't have one. So I can do it on the dining room table. And then when the kids want to eat dinner or the grandkid wants to eat dinner, I can fold it up and get it out of the way. So they are on sale this week, you guys.
Lynn, I just put the link in the chat. So if you just look up a few comments, it's right there for you. You can also search Flip and Fold 36. That is the mini one. I know we call it mini and we probably shouldn't, or we should put the name mini on it. On the website, but it is the Flip and Fold.
This is 36.
36. 36 is the smaller of the two Flip and Fold cutting mats. They are wonderful. I take them everywhere. They fit in our totes. So the bigger one fits in that tote. The mini one fits in our travel tote. We do have bundles with our Flip and Folds if you're looking to get the most out of your cart today. You can use the codes. So the June Live 10 is 10% off, and you can use that on these. But if you are registered, you have a 15% off code in your email. And if you're a VIP, you have a 20% off code in your email. And you can use those codes on these products that are on sale already. So you get a deeper discount than what we already marked them down at. So cannot recommend these mats enough. I take them to my sewing club every month. I take them to every retreat. I just took them to the retreat that I used to make those two quilt tops, and I cut everything on them. I absolutely love them. Can't go wrong with them. I have both, and I use both all the time.
Yeah, so do I. So I like the mini one.
Decide when in Rome, get both.
Get them both, because when we got the mini, we had the big one for a little while, and we did the mini one second. And Bethany and I both almost cried. She's so cute. We love this mini one so much. She's just our little baby. That's so great. But yeah, so the big one will fit in the glow totes, and the little one will fit in the mini totes as well. And yeah, they're so great to take anywhere. They're great to store. Like we made a funny video about where do you store your cutting mats, right? Like it's under your bed, or it's behind the couch against the wall. But all of those things put those little curves in the bottom that never seem to flatten back out. And so this kind of takes care of that. Just make sure your puzzle pieces are snapped. There's a QR code on there that will also take you to kind of teach you. It takes a little getting used to open them up and close them up. And
I will
all
say
that
this
stuff.
though, like
it's not terrible.
There's pictures on the back that show you the different sizes, but it really only opens and closes in one direction. So like, if you feel like you're getting some resistance, that's not the right way. So just there is a video, but like honestly, once you do it a couple of times, you're like, oh, that's not so bad. And then all I do is I just like pick it up and it just bloop, right together.
I can't fold it backwards. I can't fold it back on itself. It doesn't. You can't do that.
It's very easy to use.
Yeah.
I just dropped the link to the 48 again for you, Edie, if you were looking for that one. Or no, who was it? Rochelle was looking for the
I think Lynn 48. Was looking for it. Yeah, someone was.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I put Rochelle. Both of them in there. If you just go to our website and search Flip and Fold, they both pull up the first two items. But yeah, they're over there. Go use those codes. Now we do have our next presenter up and ready. And I'm super excited about this one. So
I'm so excited for this too. And I'll be back a little later again, guys.
All right. So our next presenter, she comes to us from Australia. Okay. Now I did tell you guys about her yesterday, and I said she's tuning in very early in the morning. And we are so grateful for her to be willing to get up and start her day so early, because she's like 15, 16 hours ahead of us. So it is already Friday for her. But she chose to join us today to share all about her embroidery designs and some fun things that you guys are going to love this. So I'm excited to welcome Tracy. So let me bring Tracy to stage. Give me 1 second. Can you hear us?
I can. Good morning. Oh, good evening. Sorry.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night.
Exactly.
We're so grateful that you joined us. I think it's 4:30 in the morning.
It is 4:30 in the morning.
Send her all the love
On a winter morning too.
And the energy and positivity vibes to give her all the energy, because I know it's very early for her, but we're excited to learn what you're going to share with us. So what we're going to do is I'm going to have you share all of your goodies. Now you do have a giveaway and you do have some discounts that you're offering. So I wanted to share those real quick. Let me pull those up, and then let's see here. So Tracy is going to offer you guys 20% off her Christmas in July virtual classes. These are online. You do not have to fly to Australia to take them, although we'd probably all love to. It's one of my favorite places to visit. But you can use the code Christmas on her website until June 30th to sign up for one of her Christmas in July classes. And she's going to tell you more about them. And I'm going to put links to everything in the chat in just a second once she gets started. But I just wanted to let you know of the code beforehand so you would know that. And then when you're done, Tracy, I'll come back, and I know you have a giveaway as well.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Tracy, and I am from Zunt Design. I've been working with Urban Zunt now for almost 16 years as a designer and creator. And Urban's in Switzerland and I'm in Australia. So we commute quite often and meet up in America, mostly for events and different things like that. But at this present time, I'm here in Australia. So thank you for joining me. I'd like to talk a little bit about what makes us different, some products that we have and the reason why you would use them. Also, I've got a little bit of a demonstration on painting to enhance embroidery. I've come into this industry from the arts industry, so my background isn't in sewing or quilting, it's actually as an artist. And Zunt saw some of my artwork about 16 years ago and asked if I would design a collection. And since then, I cannot tell you how many collections we've done. So I have just continued to work with them. Also, we create embroidery know-how books and project-based books. When I was in the art industry, I actually wrote art books and wrote about colour and design for many years. So colour and design for me is integral, regardless of whether it is in quilting, embroidery, or painting. So during COVID, of course, all things changed for everybody, and we developed an online class program. And in that program, we did some beautiful Christmas classes. And here in Australia, it's winter now. So we celebrate Christmas in July in winter to get that same feel that you get at Christmas time. For us, it's Christmas on the beach in summer. So with our Christmas in July, we've got a beautiful table set. We've got some table mats, and the link will be up so you can go to the website and have a look at those. And if you add the code Christmas, you will get the 20% discount. We also have a Facebook sharing group. It's called Tracy Sims and Zunt Design Sharing Group. And it's a private group, so you will have to ask to join. But in that group, we share lots of video and tutorials, and everyone interacts with each other. And if you have any questions, you can ask there and things like that. So that's a really good one to join as well. And we have people from all over the world in our group. Zunt Design are renowned for their exquisite embroideries, and Urban Zunt is a master at digitising and design. In Switzerland, it's a university degree. So he did 3 years at art school, majoring in textiles, and then on top of that, did another couple of years in design and digitised specifically for the embroidery industry. And his family industry has been operating since 1914. So it started with his grandfather, and both his parents were designers. His dad's was an award-winning fashion designer in the fashion industry in Europe, and Urban has continued on with that. So you know, it's a great honor for me to be able to work with him. But I'd like to share with you now some of the things that we have developed that is quite unique to us. And that is a range of threads. We have the normal 40 weight embroidery threads, but what we also have is a range of 70 weight threads. Now, these threads are super fine. They're a lot finer than your normal embroidery. And I'll just grab one for you. So this range of threads is called Glansand, and they're much finer. It's very hard to see, and I'm not sure if we can swap over, if you can see on the little screen just how fine these threads are compared to the normal embroidery.
Hey, Tracy, can you flip?
Yeah,
there you
I
go.
just see that.
It happened to yesterday. It happens to everybody. You'll have to do it again.
Okay.
You'll have to stand it up, like hold it up and then rotate it. Keep going. Those little black screens. There you go. There you go. Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so we have this super fine thread, and you can't even see it. I'm not sure. And all of our threads come with a thread wrap. So what this does is reusable. So you take the wrap off, and then when you're finished, you put it back on. So for storage, you've got no loose ends or anything like that. So that's a really great advantage. And every thread in our range comes with those thread wraps. So for the 70 weight threads, we have box sets of these threads, and they come, this is the summer shades. And we have the pastels. And we also have a matte range of threads. Now, these also are 70 weight, and these are called the Quilters Essentials. And they're super fine. They're amazingly good for quilting, for embroidery, for creating lace work. This particular doily here has been created, and Zunt Design is renowned for its lace work. So this particular one, you can see the delicate detail, and front and back, you cannot tell the difference. We've also used our 60 weight thread in this particular one, and we've used it in the bobbin. This silver metallic is in the bobbin and in the top. So might be easier up to see up on the screen here. And you may wonder why you need to use a 70 weight thread. If you don't use the 70 weight thread, you will not capture that detail that you can see here. It's super fine, and with a normal thread, it would be chunky. This gives you really crisp detail. You can see here in this butterfly, the lace work, and the back, the lace work. So the silver is in the bobbin and the top, and the pastel turquoise is in the bobbin and the top. And it's very hard to see the detail. I'm going to see if we can see it over here. If you can see up close how fine the metallic thread is, and these beautiful stitches here from this Pissarro collection. You get every bit of detail using a 70 weight thread. It's also perfect for lettering. You know, when you're doing lettering, you want to make a quilt label or put a name on something. Using the finer weight thread, you get a clearer result and more detail. This is also the 70 weight thread, and you can see how incredibly fine that is. This again is pastel turquoise, and you wouldn't guess, but my favorite color is turquoise. This here, all of this embroidery and the quilting is 70 weight, and the detail that you can achieve in these tiny little flowers You could not achieve that in your normal 40 weight embroidery thread. It would be chunky. Also the quilting, it's all quilted in that 70 weight thread. So it really makes a difference to the end result of some of your products. And a lot of, years ago, a lot of embroidery designs were incredibly dense. You can still use those designs with the 70 weight thread and you'll get this lovely result. Urban's digitising is exquisite. There's no one quite like him when it comes to machine embroidery design. This also is using the 70 weight thread, and you can see the fine detail there in that letter Z, how crisp and clear those edges are. You would not get that with a normal 40 weight thread. Now back to our Christmas in July. This is one of our Christmas classes, and it is created using the 70 weight thread as well. So this is a tablecloth that has inserts, it has cut work and lace inside. So it's all created in the hoop. The main one, the large one, has an organza insert, and the two small ones are actually lace, cut work lace. The centre of the cloth is exquisite. You can see that beautiful typical Zunt design creation in this cloth. And I know it's hard to see on the camera, but it is exquisite. We also teach you in the class how to create the reverse mitered corner. We actually make the cloth, so you can make it whatever size you like. And we use a candlewick stitch that's built into the machine to finish the edge of the cloth. And you'll probably see it clearer here on the little napkin. So in the class, you get instructions and designs to create the napkins. You get unlimited access to our YouTube channel, and we have a private YouTube channel for each class. So when you sign up for the class, you get the links. Now, I say links because instead of just doing one big filming, we break it up into sections so that you can watch and do and watch and do. And it just makes the whole process a lot easier for you. So that's one of our classes that we have the special on our site. This is another design that has been created with the 70 weight thread. And again, the lace is just so fine. Again, used in the bobbin and the top. Now, as well as threads, our Glanson 70 weight threads, we have our metallic threads. And Zunt Design are renowned for using metallic threads. We use it in everything almost. And we've developed a beautiful range of metallic threads. These are Japanese threads that are 60 and 50 weight. And again, they come with their thread wrap. And one of the great things about the thread wrap is you can use it like a thread net. So you pull the thread to the top and you can, I don't know if you can see, but this is super fine. Your normal metallic thread is 40 weight. This is a 60 and it's incredibly fine. So you get this beautiful, delicate look to your embroideries when you're using it. And as I said, the wrap can be used as a net. So when you get your thread, pull the start to the top of the spool and loosely put the wrap around. And what that does is prevents that bounce that you get with metallic threads, which causes thread breaks. So you get this beautiful smooth glide. You must make sure that the net is loose enough that it slides around, but it just prevents the bounce that you would normally get with metallic thread, and it makes a huge difference to the end result. We use 8012 top stitch needles, Schmetz, and we recommend those. And with most machines, we recommend lowering the tension and the speed when you're using a metallic thread. But I've had people from all over tell me how amazing our metallics are, and they don't break. If you've set your machine correctly, you will not have problem. As I said, we use them all the time for different projects. And here, I'm just going to give you a sneak peek. This is all metallic on cork. So that's rose gold. We have a beautiful range of 20 colours, but we have 2 box sets, and we have, this is the favourites. This is the pretty colours. So we have, and I'm going to say aqua because that's how we say here, and I know for you it's aqua. Spring green, lavender. Now here we have a variegated, and I know it's hard to see, but it's a beautiful, it has a mix of the violet rose, the aqua, and silver and gold in the variegated. It's really beautiful. And then pearl white, which is wonderful.
Sorry to interrupt you, Tracy, but do you mind holding those in front of that camera? Because then I think they can see the colors a little bit better with the light. That looks, yeah, now you can really see the colors.
Actually going to take them out of the box because there is a
I just know how beautiful these are. I've seen them in person myself, and it's hard on camera, especially with threads, but look at how stunning these are. The colors are beautiful. And I just wanted to make sure they could really see them. This camera seems to be a little clearer with the lighting. So if you want to show stuff on this camera, I'm going to leave it up.
Okay, super. So that's the variegated one there. So this box set, as I said, is called the Favourites. And then we have the gold and silver set. And I'm a silver girl. I'm not a yellow gold, although I use pale gold a lot. That is probably our most popular metallic thread as far as the golds are concerned. But we have this beautiful box set, and it has antique gold, which is an old gold type of colour. It has the pale gold, which is my favourite. This is your traditional gold, so it's that Christmas goldy colour, that one that you use with your Christmas. This is my favourite, the pale. Then we have, now this is another word where I'm going to call it one thing. We say aluminium, you say aluminum. So that's this colour and the traditional silver. So in the box set, you also get, at the bottom of the box set, you get a little bit of information about how to use, how to make lace and how to use the metallics. And you also get a free window charm design, lacework design. So in all of the box sets, you do get a free design and instructions on how to make lace successfully. And as those of you who know Zunt Design know that we are renowned for lace making. Urban's dad was an incredible designer, and that has passed on to his son, Urban. And Urban's started this business about 25 years ago. I joined, as I said, 16 years ago. So it has a long history. As I said before, we've got project books that come with our designs. So in the books, we have step-by-step instructions. They come with a USB or a CD, and you get step-by-step. For those of you who don't know, this is Urban. I can see there's Urban there. There's a photo of Urban. I know a lot of you will know him. But step-by-step on every step of the way. So your instructions, your requirements, what you need, your cutting instructions, how to cut your fabric to make the most of your fabric, and end result. So every part of the process we go through in the books. And every book is completely different. Different designs, different techniques, different styles. So this one is all in the hoop. So each block is completed in the hoop. This one here that you can see, this is La Vie en Rose, and this is one of our most popular design sets. And it has 2 quilts, different colour options. So it shows you how to choose different colourways, gives you ideas of colour. This is one of the quilts. And these come with all the designs, all the instructions, and all the patterns on how to create all of these different projects. So here you've got some freestanding petals. Here you've got some lace work. All of those designs come with the books. So you get all of the different designs to complete all of those projects and many more. This one's Paisley Fields. And with this one, you've got options of painting in blocks. So this particular photo on the front of the book is actually one of the painted blocks that I have used in this collection. But there are beautiful embroideries. So you've got a quilt, which when I originally designed, I designed it as a block of the month, but I wanted to do too many things with the design, so I ended up creating a book. But you've got all of these different blocks, and all your quilting is done in the hoop, and every part of the quilting in this is actually done with traditional gold metallic thread. This particular pillow is the one that I've painted, but if you're not into painting, you can use the block that is fully embroidered. So again, step by step. And on my public YouTube channel, Tracy Sims Designs, you can see some painting demonstrations there. So we have beautiful project books. We have 11 different books in the in our range, and as I said, they're all completely different, so it's worthwhile having a look at the different ones that we have. We have a book called Birds of a Feather, which has beautiful birds and quilted feathers, which are all created in the hoop, and the beautiful feathers that go with that, and some ornamental designs that come with that collection. So this here is one feather is fully embroidered, and you can see the metallic has been used. So this is antique gold metallic and the aqua metallic, and a little bit of paint which has been put into either of these. This little bird at the top, he's stitched first in the antique gold metallic and then painted inside, and I'm going to share with you that technique. With our stabilizers, during COVID, we developed a range of stabilizers, again, that are unique to us. And I know a lot of companies have stabilizers, and everyone has loads of stabilizer, I'm sure. So what makes our stabilizers different? Because I am the creator, I was able to develop these stabilizers to suit our style of embroidery, and they suit any style of embroidery. And wash away is one of the things that we use a lot. I use it on clothing. I use it on tableware. You know, if I'm doing something like this, I will use wash away for the lace work and for the embroidery. So our wash away, it looks like any other wash away. The difference is the strength of this product. It is incredibly strong. For almost all embroidery, you only need one piece instead of two. Most stabilizers go floppy and soft. Because this is so firm, it holds its shape. And when I was testing these in the development process, I put this in a hoop. Now, I live in Queensland, Australia, which is subtropical. So it's like the northern part of Florida climate-wise. So we get a lot of humidity, and normal embroidery stabilizer, wash away stabilizer, you cannot leave in the hoop overnight here because it just soaks up too much moisture and goes floppy. So what we have developed is this wash away that washes away very easily, but it holds its shape. So when I'm hooping my wash away, I put my base hoop down, and I put my wash away over the top, and I start at the top. So I've pushed the top of my hoop in, and then I run my hand through and push it in. It's awkward at this angle with all this stuff underneath. I will get this in for you. I didn't loosen my hoop off. So put it in. Pop it in. Now, the one thing that I do to test that it is working okay is I run my hand across, and there's no puckering or bubbling. So if you have puckering, you know you need to just adjust a little bit. we don't want it stretched. We want it perfectly smooth in there, so I can rub my hand back and forward. I'm going to move that so it's easier to see on a flat surface. See how I can rub my hand back and forward and there's no puckering. That's the stability of this wash away. And as I said, it washes away perfectly. You can see how lovely and soft all of these projects are. So what I recommend is I rinse it under warm water, and then I actually soak it overnight to get it nice and soft. And it rinses out, as I said, very easily, and you only need one layer, so you're saving a lot. And two different options that we have with that, you can get this in a tube. And the reason we use the tube is to keep the moisture out. So it can be purchased in the tube. These are 50 centimetres by 10 metres, which is about 20 inches by 10 3/4 yards, something like that. So that's the tube, or you can just buy it in the bag. And what we recommend is buying the tube first so that you've got the container to store it in, and then you can just buy the refill bags. And there's 10 metres on each one. Now, I use that, as I said, for all of our clothing, and I love embroidering on clothing, for tableware, anything like that, and lace work. Two other of the products that we have, one of them's called a Handmade, and this product is a very, very fine fusible fleece. Again, it's very stable. It doesn't have a huge amount of stretch in it, so it's lovely and soft. And I use that in most of my embroidery. So you can see here I've made this table mat, and I have 2 layers in there. So I've got this nice, nicely quilted table mat that is firm but lovely. So I have embroidered through the Haben, and a Haben means low loft in German. And what it does, it just gives you enough loft to see the dimension of the quilting. And inside this quilting design, I have painted these beautiful fuchsias, and I'm going to show you those shortly, how I actually did paint those. This product's called Traeger, and this is an incredibly fine but stable interfacing. You can see there's no stretch here. So when you put this behind your fabric, you get a very stable effect. Now, I have used that behind this embroidery here. So anything like this on the doily, this particular one, I've actually used it in behind my fabric. So it gives lovely stability to your fabric without adding bulk. Whereas for projects like this one, you need that fine layer of a Haben to get that lovely loft to give it that quilted effect.
Hi, Tracy.
You can see.
I'm going to hop on real quick. We only have a couple minutes left before
okay.
I know it goes by so quickly, and I know it's okay. And I know you have a little painting demonstration you want to share, so I'm going to have you do that real quick, and then I'll hop back in to do our giveaway.
Okay, sounds wonderful. Yes, the time has flown. I think I'm still half asleep, to be truthful.
Well, when it's dark out, it's kind of hard to tell too. So I just wanted to hop on and let you know.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm just getting my paints out, and the one colour, there it is, that I need. Now, I use Jo Sonia's Artist Acrylic, and the reason I use these, they're a matte fluid acrylic, and the artist quality. So they have a light fast rating. They're not going to fade. They're not a craft paint. They are an artist paint. So I'm just going to do a little dem very quickly on how easy it is to enhance embroidery with paint. So we use very little paint because these are very highly pigmented, so the colour is quite strong. And there are 2 products that I use. And to get that beautiful watercolour effect, you can see it, I'll just move that for a sec, here in the roses. I'm not sure if you can see clearly these little rosebuds. These have all been painted. And The style is a watercolor type of effect, but you can't use water on fabric because it will bleed and you won't end up with your painting inside the lines. So what we use is a gel. So I have one here. Now, this is the same design as what I've just shown you with the little fuchsias. Now, if it's something that we are going to wash, we need to add a textile medium. So Jo Sonia has a textile medium, and we can add just a drop into our paint. If it's something like a piece of wall art, for instance, I wouldn't worry about putting the textile medium in because it's not something that we're going to be washing. And just mix it in with your paint. Never use the bristles of your brush when you're mixing. Always use the wrong end of the brush. So I've mixed that in. Now, with acrylic paint, it is fast drying. So before you start, just dampen your brush in a little bit of water and then take the excess off on paper towel because we don't want our fabric wet. The product that makes the difference is this. It's called gel retarder. And Jo Sonia makes this gel retarder. And it was developed to slow the drying time or retard the drying time of your paint so that you can get more an oil painting effect when you're doing acrylic artworks. I use it to make a watercolor effect. And what I do is just get a little bit in my brush. And you can see, I'm not sure if you can see the gel, but I'm not going into the middle of the puddle. I'm pulling a bit away from the main part, just from the edge of the puddle and working it really well into my brush. And then on my piece of fabric, I have this beautiful, it's quilted in pale gold. So I've got the design. It's like colour by number. And I'm just painting the gel actually inside the lines on the fabric. And you can see I'm using a stiff synthetic angle brush. Now, I get these brushes in America, and these particular ones are from Hobby Lobby, but Michaels have them as well. They're a stiff synthetic angle shader. This one's called Master Touch. So I've just worked a little bit of that gel into my leaf. And what that does, it allows the paint to soften out and bleed like a normal watercolor, but it stays within the gel. The paint doesn't actually run outside. So with that gel still in the brush, I'm going to use the longer pointy bit and pick up a tiny, tiny bit of paint. You can see there's just a tiny bit. And on the palette, just work it through the bristles so that you get this lovely soft effect. And what you can do then is using the point of the brush, paint that colour on and see how beautiful and soft that is. That's the gel allowing that colour to soften and bleed out. And you can use multiple colours. You don't just have to use one colour. So on the leaf, I'm starting with green, but I'm going to add a little bit of the amethyst into this as well.
Tracy, this is stunning, and I'm going to let you keep painting, but I wanted to just remind everybody that they can use, let me pull it up here real quick, code Christmas to get 20% off your online Christmas and July classes that are happening next month. And that code is good through the 30th of June, through the end of June. You can use the code Christmas over on their website. I've thrown it in the chat a few times, so you can go check that out. And then you were also doing a giveaway. Can you tell us a little bit about the giveaway?
Okay. Can you see the quilt on the wall behind me?
A little bit. I know it's dark in your space because the sun hasn't come up yet.
This is called Diamonds Are Forever. This is one of the blocks from that collection. And
I'm going to put a link to this blog, to your website, to this.
Yeah. So this is, as I said, one of the blocks. There are there's about 5 different blocks, and there's sashings and cornerstones and borders. So it's a beautiful collection. It's very ornamental. On this block, I've put little rhinestones so that you can.
Here, I'll switch cameras. There you go.
Yeah.
So pretty.
Yeah. So this one's called Diamonds Are Forever. We have, that's our giveaway. So this collection, it's valued at $80. And that is free to some lucky person who's watching.
I know. I'm
today.
going to announce the winner right now here with you. So our winner for this giveaway from Tracy is Carrie Messer from Bellingham, Washington. Congratulations, Carrie. I'm going to get you connected.
Carrie.
Yeah, I'm going to get you connected with Tracy so that she can get you your prize, what you want. So thank you so much for registering for our event. We appreciate it. So congratulations to Carrie. And again, Tracy, this has been wonderful. I know there's been quite a few questions. Some of the questions we're going to go over in our Zoom, our VIP Zoom this afternoon, since we're out of time. Like I said, the fun goes by so fast, but we'll see you here in just a little bit for the Zoom.
Lovely. And I just saw one of the questions there. Are we shipping from Australia? No, we have a warehouse in San Francisco in Canada. So to answer that question.
Great question. Thank you for catching that one. But we'll see you here in just a little bit. Thank you so much for sharing all of these beautiful designs with us.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I'll see you soon.
See ya. All right. Let me make myself big again. All right. Okay. We could have kept watching her paint that for so long, but unfortunately we have our next guest waiting. And so I wanted to bring them on board and say hello to them. So I'm going to say hello. Let me see here. There we go. Hi.
Hi. Hey.
We've got Christy and Megan with Meeks and Me, and they're going to be doing a fun applique demo because if you thought we were done learning today, we're not. We still have one.
Although we loved watching her. That was beautiful. That was
I know. And her work is stunning in person too. She was at H&H just down the hall from you guys. Yeah, so she's got some beautiful stuff, but we're excited to learn about what you guys are doing with your applique. So I'm going to drop links to everything in the chat. But you guys, let me pull it up real quick. I think I have it in here. I'll put it in the chat. There is a free download for what you guys are going to be demonstrating. So I will put that in the chat to make sure everybody has access to it. It's been on our website, but make sure everybody who's tuning in live can see it. And I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, great. Hey, we're happy to be with you today. We're Megs and Me. Do you want to introduce us?
We are a mother-daughter applique, enthusiast out of Utah. We've been designing quilt patterns and fabrics together. We've been together my whole life, but we've been in business for about 15 years and have been designing fabric with Clothworks for the past
5 or 6.
Something like that. But we're really excited to show you our favorite tips and tricks for applique and how we try to make it as easy as possible. So it's super doable for you.
So we did these cute little minis. They can be bought single or as a set.
Yeah. We do a lot of quilt patterns, but we were really excited to do some standalone embroidery projects, and we did this little trio together.
And today we are going to work on this little dog called Sniff. Just super, super easy. You can do this in an afternoon. Really easy project.
Yeah, we're going to show you how to do fusible web applique.
You want to talk about our patterns real quick?
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
These little mini patterns are little tiny. The downloads will be like full 8.5 by 11s. And so when you print it out, it will include the step-by-step instructions. It'll include a QR code that will take you to SVG files. If you have a cutting machine, you can scan the QR code to download those files so you're able to cut out these pieces on your cutting machine. Today, we're going to show you just the traditional way of fusible applique. Wow. This is the reversed applique pieces that we're going to use.
You can see that well.
And some step-by-step directions.
All the patterns have reverse applique.
And then the full-size template to trace for your embroidery.
And we're really excited to show you Caterpillar products because they make applique really, really easy. And today we are going to show you.
And hopefully this is not, it took us forever to figure out how to set the camera up.
Oh, look.
So we're a
there
little
we
bit
are.
sideways, but this is Caterpillar's super thin, really bright, and pretty lightweight. It's called the Glow Ultra.
But they have other ones too. They have a really small one that is doesn't plug in. It's just battery, which is really nice. It just charges with a USB.
So we've got their light box, and then we also have, this is a tempered glass that just sits right on top. And we love using this tempered glass because you can iron directly on it. So let's get started.
Get started, yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to take our reverse applique pieces and we are going to trace. We love to use FlexiFuse.
You know what? I'm going to come over on the other side.
Okay. So she's going to just trace this. For this particular pattern, you just need one small sheet of FlexiFuse.
This is our favorite fusible web because it's really easy to see through and trace, and it's pretty heavy duty. We have got the Caterpillar like magnets on the back of this, and so we're using.
But they're in random.
They're in random. I can never figure out, but it's nice because it will hold your paper kind of down in place while you trace. Okay, I'm going to turn this on. The camera is going to just fair warning. Okay.
It is nice because it has several settings too. See how bright that gets?
Yeah, is that too bright for the camera?
I think you're okay.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I've got the glue side of my fusible web face down. So I'm on this paper side. And I'm just going to, with a pencil, trace around each of these. And on our patterns, right now I'm tracing the dog nose and it says cut 1. And for this dog, there's only one of every piece, but sometimes there'll be multiple. So if it said like cut 2, I would trace 2 of them. The other nice thing about FlexiFuse is you can buy it in these 8.5 by 11 inch sheets, which is perfect if you're just going to trace on an 11.5 sheet.
You can also buy it in rolls. And then after she gets that traced, we are going to iron it on our fabric. We already have our little squares cut, so we're just going to iron stuff on those little squares so we can get this project started. I feel like we need theme music or something in the background.
Something. I'm like a little nervous. I'm sweating. I always feel like I'm going so slow. Or I'm going to tip that over. Oh my gosh.
Everything crashes down.
This is classic. The fabric that we're using today is our new fabric through Clothworks that you can find at your local quilt shop. It's called Honeybee by Makes and Me. It's a 17 different colors and prints, and it was really fun. And it's got a lot of florals and toner prints that make it really fun to do little applique projects with.
It's got some honeybees on it, and it's some blues and greens and golds. It's really beautiful.
around his body.
And, you know, what we talked about this at the very beginning too. Our patterns do have a QR that you can scan for your cutting machines. And so you can also just cut these out on your,
yeah, if you have like a Cricut
or a Brother, Scan and Cut, or what's the big one? Singer, Memento. I will say it wrong.
Okay.
But when you're doing the applique, light boxes are just, they're just so valuable, because even if you cut on a Scan and Cut or something, you're still going to need a light box to place your applique pieces down.
And to trace your embroidery with.
And to trace your embroidery with. So we use our light box for everything.
Yeah. And we love this one because there's plenty of room on this side to trace. And then we leave the tempered glass on the other half of it so we can iron. Okay, so not too many pieces on this. And the next thing you're gonna do, I'll turn this off.
Yep, the next thing you're gonna do is you're just gonna loosely cut around these pieces. You don't wanna leave too much of your flexi-fuse outline on it, just waste your fabric. So we just do like just a very scant line around it and cut those pieces out.
Are these paper scissors? These yellow ones?
No. Do you want to?
Well, I was going to help you.
They're on the other side. I was going to have you put that other pattern together. Tape it together. Get ready. It doesn't matter that much.
Yeah. Just cut this one and be a little quicker. Oh, if it's a really complicated like applique pattern, we'll mark what these pieces are, but I can pretty easily tell that this is like a dog leg and a little ear.
Okay, so I have the dog all cut out, you can see, and I'm going to put him, he goes on this blue checkered piece of fabric. So simple. You just want to put the sticky side down on your fabric and then iron it. And because this is tempered glass, I can iron right on top of it. So I'm just going to press this on. And once you get that on, then you're just going to take your, that's from my iron being dirty. You're just going to take your scissors and you're just going to cut right out on that line and cut around those applique pieces. I really do feel like we need theme music. You sing. I'll dance. Megan and I spend hours and hours together. I moved right by her and she wasn't sure that was going to be a good fit.
So she started coming to the gym with me.
Yeah.
We just did yoga this morning.
It was soft yoga, guys. I am exhausted. It relaxed me completely.
Okay. So I am going to iron some of these other pieces on. These are the dog legs. Both of them are out of the same fabric. It's out of this, let's see, this blue. And I'm going to take the wrong side of the fabric and iron both of these legs down if they fit. Maybe we'll get a bigger piece. There we go. Okay. Just place these, the glue side down, and lightly that is steamy. Got your box fit. Okay. And then let's see. The dog nose is out of this one. We'll find our matching piece. Iron this right on. Let's see, what else?
Yeah, the bird and
Oh, I didn't realize the bird wing was out of that same print. So let me just grab this little guy.
I'm just gonna cut these fast. You can, after we get this all placed down on the fabric, and you can take it to your sewing machine and you can do any kind of stitch you want on it. You can do a buttonhole stitch, which is usually what we do, or you can do like a straight stitch.
If you're really ambitious, you could also do it by hand too.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm unintentionally using steam. Pretty
You
sure you're
can push that off on that machine.
like, yeah, that's
Twice.
not-
Yeah. Then it goes off.
The red button? I've never
Yes.
I've never seen an iron before. But did that go off?
Yeah. It
Oh my
did.
gosh, that's so much better.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Just make sure they're fused really well. What else do we have left? The ears? Is that it?
Yeah.
We do them all? Okay, I don't know if these will fit. We were just working with scraps. The other nice thing about working with smaller projects is that you can use all your scrap fabric. I think I'm just gonna do this on here. Okay. Okay, and then we're just going to cut right on that trace line that we already traced on all of these different pieces.
And it goes pretty fast. As you can see, we're almost done, and then we're going to place it down on the fabric.
Okay, let's see. We're going to use just because we want to end up framing this in a hoop, we are making sure our fabric is big enough for, the whole project and the hoop. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this wet, which is false. Listen, it's a new iron. This is mom's room. Okay, I'm going to turn this light on all the way bright so we can see it. 3, 4, okay. All right, and I'm going to line up these X's together right here on this tempered glass because we are going to put all of our pieces together right and iron them down right over the light box, which is going to be so nice. Tape it a couple times.
I like that the patterns have X's when you're having to tape pages together. That's really nice to see it clearly.
Okay. So here is our completed pattern. I don't know how well you can see that on the screen, but it's here. We can see it great. We'll take our fabric.
Yep. You just kind of want to center it the best you can. I usually go this way. But you can do it however you want to do it. Remember, this is just going to go into a hoop, so it doesn't have to be perfect. We have a lot of fabric. We used a fat quarter around this particular picture, so it doesn't, eyeing it is fine. You don't have to be super, super exact, which is nice. And then on our patterns, you'll see the dotted line, what goes under. So on this one, you can see his head is under everything. So we're going to put that piece on first, which is his body. And this is really easy. You just pull the paper right off And then we're going to stick it on and iron it in place. Be careful. I really like the FlexiFu product too, because the paper, it just feels like a little bit sturdier than some of the other ones. Make sure it's ironed down though. Like this one's not quite ironed down, and so you can kind of feel the glue's coming up. So sometimes you'll want to just take it back to your ironing board or whatever and just give it one more good press. I think I'll just have her press all of these.
Yeah, I'll get them all good.
So that they're really strong. But then it's really easy to pull this off. You can see the paper just comes right off, and you're just going to lay that. It's super easy to see on this light box. You're just going to place that right on there over those lines. Usually when I do applique, I will kind of iron pieces as I go. Some people love to go stitch it on their machine around and then come back and put it on. I don't do that usually. I'm in too big of a hurry, so I'll usually just iron it all in place and then go stitch it on my machine. Yeah, don't do that. What not to do.
Oh, you've got an ear.
Yeah, this ear is ready to go. This goes right over the top. Easy breezy. How are we doing on time?
Not great, actually.
No, we're hurrying.
Okay. But this is, I think, the best part of having like a Caterpillar light box. We've found them maybe, I don't know how many years it's been, but the tempered glass over the light box has really been a game changer, mostly for this part here, because you can see through multiple layers of fabric when the light is this bright, and being able to iron right on. You're not having to like finagle your fabric.
You don't have to move it on and off. It just, you can just
leave it right there.
It's so nice. Well, game changer for applique.
Quickly iron these on, and then what we would do is we would take it over to our sewing machine and do a buttonhole stitch, which I think we've already talked about, but
yeah. This goes this way.
Okay.
You can see easy breezy.
I think that's it. I think we got
And
them all.
hopefully you got your free download and you did this with us. And you're almost caught up to us. We have confidence that you did it. Easy breezy. Okay.
Okay, so now that this is all ironed down, we'd go and sew it, which we've already done, so you can see what it looks like with a buttonhole stitch. And
You can do a straight stitch if you want on it too, but we just do a light buttonhole stitch on our sewing machine.
we like to use thread that matches the fabric so it doesn't stand out as much, so it kind of just blends together. That's a personal preference. We have, we've seen people do this with like a dark black stitch, and you can see the different outlines of all the pieces. But now what we are gonna really quickly do is,
Very quickly.
or maybe we'll just show you like a little bit, but what we would do is we would go ahead after this whole thing has been stitched down, and we would lay this back over the top of the same light box. And I don't know if you can tell, but because this is so bright, the dog's eyes and whiskers and little hairpiece is totally visible.
We're just using a friction pen that irons off in heat.
Yeah.
So if Megan messes up, no big deal.
No big deal.
We won't yell at her.
Not today.
Not today.
Okay, so I'll just make
And then I will tell you while she's doing that, we use Sulky Petite Thread. We love Sulky. We've been using it for years. I like it because one thread is like 2 strands of DMC. It comes on spools. It's really easy to wrap. I just think it's a really nice product. They have lots of nice colors. And for this particular one, we have just what the pattern called for: the white, the gold, the blue, the green, and the black. Pretty easy. I will also tell you on the hand embroidery part of this, we just did Lazy Daisy here, even though they're big. And then any place that there's a satin stitch, on this particular pattern, we didn't do a tight satin stitch. We kind of just did lines so they're kind of loose. It looks kind of hand drawn. I don't know if you can see like his beak, just little lines, just a primitive satin stitch. So it kind of just looks hand drawn. And if you have any questions about anything we've talked about today, you can always reach out to us. We love to answer questions.
And we love to see pictures.
And we love to see pictures. Yeah, we really do.
I think that's it.
Yep, that's it. You just
I can
trace
go
it.
around and trace. Sometimes with Lazy Daisy, instead of doing like tracing the whole petal, I'll sometimes just mark a little dot for the bottom and a little dot for the top, because if you're doing the Lazy Daisy, you kind of like, you know, just personal.
And now all of it's personal. Like if you want to do fancy French knots and do more than we did, or do them thicker than we did, like it's, I feel like embroidery is just preference.
But now you can tell, now you can see, like that's all traced and ready to go. And we'll just do the hand embroidery.
Yeah.
And then we would be done.
Easy
I'm gonna
breezy.
turn this off. All right.
Okay.
I think that's us. I think that's
That was wonderful. Thank you.
it.
I love it. I know it's hard to squeeze it all in just a short amount of time, but you know,
Yes.
someone said that we've been doing some applique over in our sew-alongs that I've been doing for Caterpillar, and that's all like machine, right? But what you guys incorporate a little machine and a little hand embroidery into elevating and adding some new dimensions to your applique, which I think is really fun. And I think it's also really cool to see that you put them like in a hoop. Instead of on like, but you can put them into a finished project or so many other different ways. And it's just cool to see applique in a different format.
Do you want to see?
Yeah.
I'll just show you
We
this
were-
because I can.
It's for my daughter. She
It's
just
not
turned
done
8.
yet. It's not done yet. But look at, I have to stitch around this a little bit. But look, I took the little pattern and shrunk it, made a little notebook. It's just going to slide in.
Oh, that's so
I
cute.
haven't stitched around it. I should have finished it.
No,
This is Tilda fabric.
that is so
And I used wallflower Tilda fabric. Look how pretty that turned out.
Yeah.
love
You
Tilda.
can do a lot of things with, you know, just simple
Yeah.
applique stuff.
Yeah.
I know. It's so cute. It's such a fun way to like elevate something and add a personal touch. And, you know, applique and our products with Caterpillar go hand in hand so well. And I think the reason why I've kind of always kind of veered away from it is because I didn't have a light box. But once you have a light box, applique becomes a breeze. Like just so much easier, especially when you're layering things over a template like you guys were showing, tracing out the designs, all of that. It just makes it so much easier.
And we try to
So
be really like intentional with the way we do our applique. We try to make sure our pieces, like sometimes we will do like a big applique and then just like a little sleeve embroidered, so you're not working with like a lot of little pieces. We do try to make applique and embroidery really easy and accessible for everyone.
Yeah, we want everyone to applique.
Yeah,
I love it. I love it. Well,
Really.
thank you so much
That's
for
our
being
goal.
with us. I appreciate it. And your little sniff the dog is adorable. And it is available. I put it in the chat several times to go download it from our website. We wrote a whole blog. You can follow them on social media, check out their website and all the other patterns and designs that they have. And they will be back for our VIP Zoom here in just a little bit, not too long from now, so they can answer any other questions you have if you're a VIP in that Zoom. And we'll see you then.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
All right. Well, that wraps up our presentations from our visitors today. However, we're not done quite yet because I have something that I'm excited to share with you guys. This is something new that we're going to be doing, and I'm going to be teaching it in the month of July as a fun sew-along. So you guys are hearing about it first here. And we partnered with Riley Blake to make a beautiful kit. So I'm going to actually switch my camera over and show you this kit. So look at this. Look how cute this is. It's called Pretty Petals. It makes a table runner, and it is a Lori Holt pattern, and it uses her fabrics called Bee in My Bonnet, which is why this is shaped like a little honeybee. How cute is this packaging? And everything you need to make the whole front and the binding of this is included in this kit. So I'm going to show you what comes in the kit, and we are going to be sewing this up together in the month of July. So if you've learned something new during our event this week, you're going to be able to take those techniques and apply them to this project. Look how cute this is. Now, I am going to ask if Melody can hop over to Caterpillar's website and drop a link to this kit in the chat. It is called Pretty Petals Table Runner. These are the two. Remember how earlier when Amy with Diary of a Quilter was on and she shared about pre-cuts? It comes with 2 sets of charm packs with all these beautiful fabrics in it. I mean, they're stunning. These fabrics are absolutely stunning. And this is what's going to make all the little petals in our table runner. Okay, so you get that. You're also going to get the fabric for your binding, for the other little pieces that go in there. And this is the backing fabric that all of our little petals are going to be sewn into. The only thing that you are going to have to provide is batting to go in the middle so we can quilt it, and a backing fabric that goes on the underside. But everything for the top, including the binding, are included. And this is an up close of what that's going to look like. Look at how beautiful that is. Okay, we're going to sew this. If this looks intimidating to you, I promise it won't be once we walk through it step by step together. It's got all the instructions in here, all the materials we need to make it the whole front. We're going to walk through this thing together. And it also has a little notes section in the back. I love that they include this. So as we're walking through this together, you're going to be able to take notes of all the fun tips and everything you're learning. And in about we're going to do 4 sessions. I'm going to break this up into 4 sessions, and we're going to walk through this whole project together. Now, here's the thing. I only have less than 100 of these left. Like, I don't have very many. This is going to be a small group sew along. So for the price of the kit, you also get a hands-on sew along with me. And we're going to do this together in the month of July. If you can't sew along live with me, that's okay. If you get the kit, you can always watch the sew along later and do it in your own time. But this is a great opportunity to test out and learn some new skills and have some like hand holding to get you through it. I'm super excited to make these with you, but only 100 of you are going to get to make them with me. So if you would like to participate in that, go grab this kit right now. We've never done this before, but I'm so excited. I love teaching, if you didn't know that already. And I'm excited to show you some of this. Now, one thing I told my VIPs and our networking event on Tuesday, when I kind of gave them a sneak peek to this, was that in this project, it has you do a traditional binding, which I'm going to show you how to do. And there are a couple ways to do it. But I recently learned about flange binding, which is where you add like a little bit of like, it almost looks like piping, a little bit of color. I don't know if you can see that. It's hard to get it up close. This little piece of white in between my border and my binding. That's called flange binding. And if you want to learn how to do that, that's a little bonus I'm going to throw in at the end of our sew along. So you can choose to add that to this table runner. I feel like it's such a fun way to add a little feminine touch, and it gives such a professional look. And if you prefer to machine bind, this will hide that stitch so you don't even look like you machine bound your quilt top, your runner. So I'm going to show you how to do this because I like to machine bind. Don't judge me. I don't have the patience or the time to hand sew. But for me, I love this method because it hides my stitches. So it looks like I hand stitched it. I just love it so much. If you've never tried that method, I'm going to teach it to you in July in the sew along. So go get this beautiful kit. We're going to do this together. I'm so excited. This is going to be so much fun. I love kits. If you couldn't tell, I love kits. But we were only able to get our hands on 100 of them, and they've already been going. So go check them out. And Melody put a link to them in the chat, and you can find them on our website. If you just search Riley Blake, you'll find it there. But these are beautiful fabrics from Riley Blake. We're so grateful for their partnership to do this. If this goes great and we have all the fun in the world, then we're going to be doing more of these. Don't worry. But we're going to give this a run with this one, and I'm excited. So let's hang out in July because the fun needs to continue all summer long. Now that you know about our kit and the word is officially out, and they will probably be gone here in just a few minutes. I'm going to bring Melody back on because we have some fun things that we want to go over with you. She's got hers. Oh, you're muted. Hold on one second. Let me unmute you. There you go.
There we go. I'm so excited that I got it. I'm so excited to sew along as well. I don't do it very often. There's the question there. I was just going to mention this as you were talking about it. We have the question there. This particular item, your Caterpillar coupon codes that we've been talking about all day are not, they won't work on this because it's only for Caterpillar products. It's only for Caterpillar products because it's a special collaboration with Riley Blake. However, if you are getting a Caterpillar product and this, the discount will go towards your Caterpillar products. If your order is over $98, add this to your thing to get the free shipping. So that is fine. But the discount coupon codes won't work on this particular item. But I am so excited for this, especially after Amy showed us what to do with our little charm packs. and I feel like I can handle it now. I was very intimidated by this, but I think we can do it together. It's gonna be so fun.
Karen said she wants to learn how to make that with me. Karen, it would be my honor.
It'll be so fun. We're so excited. And how much fun was today?
Okay, can we just say like the days just keep going by faster and faster because we're having so much fun.
But how cute are Chrissy and Megan with Megs and me? I met them in Houston back in like 2017, 2018. They're the cutest stinking. I love them so much. They're so cute. And all that stuff I learned from Amy today, and watching, oh my gosh, the beautiful painting on the embroidery.
I know. I wish we could have spent more time with Tracy.
Tracy was so great.
If you've never done the painting on fabric, it is so much fun. I did it a few years ago, and it's also really like, if you have an embroidery machine, you can do like a simple design on a piece of fabric and then give it to your kid. Instead of a coloring book, they could do that. Like, it's so fun. It's so much fun. So anyways, Eileen, if you did miss most of today, I'm sorry, you had doctor's appointments.
We will upload it. They're never fun.
But you can catch the replay, so don't worry. We have a lot going on now. Melody had a few things she wanted to run through before we wrap up. And then we are going to do some Plinko giveaways because we've only done spin to win so far today. I think we need to do 2 Plinko giveaways.
I think that's fair. We can do that. But I want to remind you guys also a little bit about the sales that are going on over at Caterpillar.com. You can go back through like the replays of yesterday and today to get a little bit more of the detail. But before we go, because we've only got about 15 minutes left in our day, but I wanted to make sure to remind you guys that the coupon codes that you guys have, you can use June Live 10. Is that right? Why do I keep getting that one wrong? To get 10% of any Caterpillar products on there. If you registered for the event, you have a coupon code in your email, so you get 15% off of Caterpillar products. If you registered as a VIP as well, you're not obligated to do that. But if you chose to do that, you have a 20% coupon. You can use those coupons on the already discounted prices. But what I wanted to talk about a little bit today, I'm going to have to search around. First of all, our Flex accessory kits, which we went over earlier today, are on sale at 15% off. You can use your coupon codes along with that 15% off. Our flip and fold cutting mats, where you've got 5 different cutting mat sizes all in one, and they fold up into a nice little space. Those are 25% off on the site today for this event. Plus, you can add your coupon code to that. It is like a double bonus. It's so great. But we created, guys, for those of you that are new to Caterpillar, for those of you that have been watching Caterpillar, for those of you that have been wondering what I should get for Caterpillar, what's the best thing to try, where's a good place to start, we created a bundle for you guys. We created an amazing bundle for you guys that has our bestsellers, everything you might need to get started with Caterpillar. You can get it all at once. You can deck everything out. You don't have to think about it. Listen, I've been sewing, mostly garment sewing since I was a kid. My mother was a quilter, but I was garment sewing since I was a kid. I'm just starting to dabble into the quilting, actual quilting stuff, and I'm super excited for that. But I will tell you what, I need people to tell me what to get still. Like I need, like Amy was saying, buy this, sew this, buy this, sew this. I need that still. And so we put this bundle together for those of you that are like me, who likes to just have, here's the great idea of things for you to do. So I'm going to just kind of show you what's in the bundle. I need to kind of grab this. Sorry, I didn't have it ready for you. So in our bundle, the first thing that's in there is our Glow Premium 2. This is our brand new Glow Premium that has the, this is the rechargeable one that Christy mentioned, that you don't have to have this one plugged in. So you can do your tracing like Christy and Megan were doing on their thing there. So, but it also comes with the translucent self-healing cutting mat. So you can cut your fabric out on top of your light board. You can use any rotary cutter right on there and you can do your cutting. It's so fantastic. There are multiple light settings, just like Christy and Megan were showing you. You can change the settings and you can do your cutting right on here. The cutting mats are textured on the back so they don't slip around when you're using them. The Glow Premium cutting mat is also textured on the top, so that helps keep your fabric in place as well. The Glow Premium 2 has magnetic plates built into it, so you can use magnets to hold your projects down. Now, this collection, this bundle that we put together for you guys that's on sale special, has 4 magnets included in it, so you can hold your projects down while you're doing it. Now, along with this in the bundle also comes our Glow tote. So you can carry this around. You can store it inside here. Bethany just popped the link to this collection or to this bundle in the chat, so you can take a look at that. Everything can fit in here. Your light board and your cutting mat and your extra projects and your power cords can go here in the front. So this is all double padded and it's fantastic. So that goes there as well. I'm not sure where it ended up after Amy was using it, but Megan and Christy were using it as well. But our tempered glass mat is included in this as well. The tempered glass mat is the treated glass that you can set on top of your light and you can iron on. That is included in this as well. And so is our Flex Light with accessory kit. The sewing machine light and the Flex accessory kit set is included in this bundle as well. Bethany, am I forgetting anything? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Boom, 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 boom. No, that's it. I think I got it all.
I think you got it all. And I just wanted to show what it looks like on the website.
Yes.
And you can see that this bundle is robust. It does have a discount already applied. And then you can use your code on top of that to save even more, which is something we've never really done before. Like we've never discounted our bundles this much before.
No,
so that's why it's a limited time for this event.
It's very limited for this event. This bundle is special for this event. Our bundles are a great way to get Caterpillar products. We have bundles on our website for embroidery bundles and applique bundles and paper crafting bundles. And they're always a little bit discounted, but they are not discounted this much. We don't discount them this much. It's already discounted 15%, right?
Let me look because I can't read it that small. 15%.
I know I can't read it that small. I need my glasses. 15% off.
Mine on.
This is the thing. It's 15% off right now for this event. You can stack your 10% coupon if you're joining us June Live 10 to get an additional 10% off of that one. But if you registered and all you have, you can still register if you haven't yet. All you need to register is your name and email address, and then you will get an email with a coupon code for 15% off of this, which is amazing. But if you decided to register as a VIP for all of the extra content you get for that, you can get an additional 20% off of the already discounted price. It is a big, robust bundle. This is like everything you need. This is like after this, we're going to have to make new products. That's how I'm saying, like, this is everything. We do have multiple sizes of light boards and other things that you could get. We have the swivel rotating mat, which we used today a couple of times. And we used yesterday as well. We have our largest light board, which we'll talk about a little bit more tomorrow. We have a whole bunch of other things as well. But if you're getting started, or if you want a good sampling of everything you might need, if you want a great starter bundle, if you don't know, if you're like me and you just need people to like tell you what to get, Rhonda, we love you. That's so fantastic.
Love you. I love it. I love several people have been also saying that they've gotten their table runner kit, the new Riley Blake kit. So thank you, Karen. Thank you, Louise.
This I'm so excited for.
Don't be anxious. I'm gonna hold your hand. We're gonna walk through it and do it together. Okay.
I'm anxious.
No, Melody's gonna do it with you. Okay.
I'm gonna do it too.
Full transparency. Like I've not sewn it up myself, but I have confidence that we can do it together. That's why I have an extra one. So I can do a run through. I'm going to make all my notes, make sure you have all the notes, and then we're going to break it up into small sessions. So it doesn't feel overwhelming. I promise. With all of you grabbing them, I don't know how many are left, but there's probably not a whole lot. So Denise said she got her kit as well. So you guys have been learning a lot so far this week in our live streams. You're going to learn even more tomorrow. But we're going to take all that knowledge and everything into July, and we're going to do a fun project together. And then you're just going to feel so empowered. I promise.
And this is the thing that I've always said. I've been in the crafting world as my job for 30 years in one version or another. And every time you lose your mojo or your sojo, as Bethany likes to say it, the that I have gotten it back for me has always been to do a kit where someone else did that part. And then you just kind of get back into it and you get so, excited again. And then you can go off and your creativity starts to flow. So I'm very excited about this sew along kit that we're doing.
With the bundle above, does it include the flip and fold cutting mat?
Does the
Handmade collective bundle?
It does not include the flip and fold. It
no,
does
but
not.
you can add that and still add that discount because the flip and folds are discounted as well.
The flip and folds are discounted at 25% off right now. So you can add your coupon code to that as well. Linda asked a question about the glass mat swivel, there's not a glass mat for the swivel. However, if you take the cutting mat off, you could set the glass mat on it and use that. That would be fine. You could totally do that. The swivel would be fine if you did that. That is not an issue at all. Kelly asked about the Glow Mini. The Glow Mini has to be plugged in. It does not have a battery. Only the premium models have a battery in them. Yeah. So those are the only ones with a battery. But the cord is 6 feet long. The cord also has a USB port as well as a wall block on the end. I have one right here. I can show you. It has both of these so that you can plug it into the wall or you can plug it into any sort of USB power source. So I will tell you that on that Glow Mini and actually all of our light boards, or the mid-size and the mini size, I will tell you that the best thing that they can plug into is that little TV screen on the airplane. You can use that little USB port, plug it into that little TV screen, and the mini fits on your tray table or the car or the camper or your sewing machine or your laptop or whatever. So you can make it somewhat portable. So that is that. The code doesn't work for the bundle with me. Tia, let me go double check that.
Correct.
Thank you for saying that.
She's going to double check it, but make sure you typed it in correctly. LG said that they're trying to add the tempered glass mat to the cart and it's not working. Try refreshing your browser if you're still having issues. You guys can always send an email over to support@caterpillar.com. I know there's a lot going on the website. We've got a lot of products. We've got a lot of discounts. We've got different codes for different tiers of viewers. So there's a lot to keep up with. But if you have any questions before you hit checkout, you're welcome to send an email to support@caterpillar.com. Our team will be happy to help you get that resolved and make sure you've got everything you need to, keep crafting with us, right? All right. What else, Melody? We were going to do 2 Plinko pulls for giveaways. So Melody's going to check the code while she's doing that. I'm going to think of a question for Plinko.
You think of a question. I'll run a Plinko.
Okay.
We'll see what we're going to after here.
I just am so jealous I don't get to actually drop the Plinko chips. I'm just going to say it.
I'm going to listen because we're going to do 2. We're going to do 2 Plinkos, right? Mm-hmm. I'm going to run a blue one and a pink one at the same time.
Okay.
And we'll see where we land. Okay, ready?
All right. And we'll just pick 2 winners. That sound is so satisfying.
Okay, we're doing that one again. Okay, so we have a set of magnets and plates.
Okay.
And we have a mini clamp 2-pack. Do you have your mini clamps there?
I do somewhere. Let me see. I've got one, but they come in a 2-pack. So these are the mini clamps. I showed you the clamp light earlier, but these little mini clamps, you just sit it down on your ruler. We love the minis for like those 3-inch and 2.5-inch rulers. And then you just pull this up and it clamps to it. And now you have a little handle to keep your hand elevated out of the way of that rotary cutter before you go to cut on your smaller rulers. So this is our mini, and these come in a 2-pack. And then we also have the bigger clamp light, but we're going to give away a 2-pack of these and magnets and plates, which are magnets and plates go so well with our light boards. You cannot have enough magnets and plates.
Well, and the other thing that I've started doing with my magnets and plates is using them on my flip and fold.
You can use them on the flip and fold.
It'll hold my stuff down on that.
And the magnet on top.
Yep, because you don't have to stick it. Okay. So we need some questions. So
let's do one question and we'll just do 2 pulls. Is that okay?
That's fine with me. Let's do that. Do you have a question?
I do not. Okay. My brain is all out of questions.
I know. Our brains are a little mushy. Let me move this back. I'm getting so good at this. Not really. Okay. So my question is I would like for you to put a number 6 in the chat if you learned something new today, or if something that you saw got you excited to make a project. Either of those things. Put a number 6 in the chat. I want to see that. And Bethany's going to pick a winner here in just a minute.
Kelly said she needs to figure out what to buy with her VIP discount code. Yes, you do, girl.
Yes, you do. For those of you that were looking at that, I think I fixed the problem with the VIP codes. So with the collections and the VIP. So just double check. You might need to refresh your browser and try it again, but we should be fine on that. I had it categorized in the wrong category. So that was so my bad.
It happens. We've added so many new things to the website with all of the different products and collections and all that stuff. So
yes.
We appreciate your patience and letting us know those things, because it is I don't know if you guys realize this. It's a pretty small team behind the name Caterpillar. We're a small organization.
We're
and we all
small
wear a
and
lot of hats.
scrappy around here.
We do a lot, and when we're live, it's like consuming.
It is.
So yeah, I've been trying to check some emails in between some sessions.
Yes.
We're also learning.
Me too.
We're just juggling all the things.
We're juggling all the things. Okay, here we go.
I'm gonna pick one, and then I'll let you pick one. I'm just gonna scroll through and stop. Jennifer Henderson, you win magnets and plates. Congratulations.
Okay.
Yay, Jennifer. All right, Melody's gonna pick somebody.
All right, Cheryl Ritter, you are winning our 2-pack of mini ruler clamps. So both of you, please send me an email to melody@caterpillar.com. Please note that Melody is spelled with 2 E's. It's not a challenge for me at all. Give me your address and your name and what you won, because I'll forget. And we will get those shipped out to you. So fun today, you guys. Like, okay. And then everybody, Bethany's writing this down so she doesn't forget.
Sorry.
Come back tomorrow. Tomorrow, I've been so excited for every single thing. Like, I think I can make a bag now after watching Mary Beth today. Yeah. I think I can make a charm pack quilt now today. I think I can maybe embroider like all these things, right? Tomorrow, I'm also very excited. I'm not sure if Bethany's given a sneak peek of who's coming tomorrow, but
can I just say, we're going out with a bang.
Yes.
They have all been wonderful. Don't get me wrong. We have 3 presenters tomorrow, but let me tell you something. I am going to be like this for all of them. We have legit kits coming back, but we have a different certified instructor, and we've got something special that we partnered with Legit Kits on for you guys. You're gonna
something very special tomorrow for that. Yes.
Wait to tell you. Corey Pearson with Linda's is coming tomorrow, teaching us the easiest way to do quilting, including free motion quilting. If you've ever been intimidated by free motion quilting on your domestic sewing machine, this is not with a long arm. This is you being able to do it at home. He's got a whole system that makes quilting so easy. And you're going to learn all about it. I cannot wait to see this in action. And then we have Stephanie from Wonderful Specialty Threads coming on to do a threaducation. We've learned a lot about different threads this week so far, but she's going to walk us through all the different types of threads and how to get the right thread for your project and how you can have a lot of fun with threads to elevate your project. So we're going to learn so much tomorrow, and our biggest giveaways are tomorrow with our presenters. We have so many giveaways tomorrow with our presenters, plus our big grand prize giveaway with Caterpillar at the very end. You are not going to want to miss this. We're going to bring the spin to win back. We're going to have Plinko back. Yes. It's going to be a grand finale for a fun Friday. We're so grateful that you guys have spent today with us. Again, It's still not too late to go join VIP if you want to come hang out with us. Remember, all of our presenters from each day at the end of our live stream here, they jump into a Zoom with me and Melody and all of our VIPs and all of our presenters from that day to have an intimate little 1-hour Q&A session where we have some fun. We do some different questions. Everybody gets to kind of take a turn and unmute themselves and ask questions to our presenters. And it was really fun to do that yesterday.
It was so fun.
I learned things about them that I didn't know. And I was like, how did I not know this about you? And so even I was learning stuff about them. So it's really fun. It's very casual and intimate. And we've really enjoyed those VIP Zooms. They've been really nice. So if you want to go join us for today's, and then you'll also get tomorrow's, and you can always catch the replays of the ones we had yesterday and on Tuesday. So I hope you've had fun today.
So fun. If you want to watch the replay, it's going to be on our YouTube channel.
Yeah.
If you are a VIP, you're going to get a link you're getting an email with all of the cut up access and all the other things after we're able to edit and do all the things we need to do with those. There was just a couple of questions in there I wanted to make sure that we answered.
Yeah.
And tomorrow, Lindell's asking us, she wants to plan her day tomorrow. So I'm going to let you guys know sneaky wise when
they're our first presenter of the day.
Legit Kids is right at 10. Yeah, 10.
No, not right at 10. 10:30. That's when we start. But you're our first presenter of the day, Lindell. So you'll catch them first thing in the morning.
10:30. 10:30 Mountain Time tomorrow is when Legit Kids will be here. So we're super excited for that. It's gonna be so fun.
let's see here. How can I rewatch an earlier program? I have VIP access. So, Lori, you can rewatch our live streams on our YouTube channel. Our VIPs are going to get all of our daily live streams chopped up into individual segments for each presenter. And that's going to take us a little time to like download and edit those into clips, but those will be uploaded to a special link and you'll get that in your email. So make sure, and I've seen a few comments about, I've not gotten my emails. Please check your junk and spam folders.
Yes.
For sometimes when we send out links and stuff, sometimes depending on your email settings, if you've got like high alert firewall settings on your email, sometimes some of those emails, really important emails, can end up in junk and spam folders. So please go check there. But if you ever have any issues, you can send an email to support@caterpillar.com. But I will say most of the time, that's where they're ending up. And you just got to go move them to your inbox and they'll be there. But I appreciate you guys all hanging out with us
Bethany,
today.
how about you swing over to the Zoom call and I will answer any other questions that might still be here. And I'll join over there in a sec.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you. So yes, if anybody has any other questions, please post those. I will stick around for a little bit and answer those. I'm going to find the link right now and put the link for our special bundle that we put together for the handmade collection that has all of the cool products. Let me pull this up and I will get that link over there. Sorry. I should have that just always open, but there is the link. Francis, if you're looking for the VIP chats, you should have gotten an email that will give you all of those links to join the Zoom call. So we're super excited of that. I am not sure why that tempered glass wouldn't go into your cart. I am just going to make sure that we have stock, which I'm sure we do. Yeah, that tempered glass, you should be able to add it without any issue. I'm not sure why that would be a problem. You might need to clear your cookies. I'm not super tech savvy with the way computers work, but it is on sale. It is available. It is working here. There's plenty of stock for that. So I would just maybe clear the cookies for that one. So your VIP coupon codes and the codes, the June Live 10 code, any of those codes that are live right now, those coupon codes are good on any Caterpillar products. So you can go in there and you can get a bundle or you can get our specials. But if you want to add another item, your coupon code will work on that other item as well. If you want to add an extra tote bag for something, or if you want to add an extra flex light or an extra clamp light or anything like that, that is over and above the bundles that we were talking about today or the specials that we were talking about today, any of those, that coupon code will also work on those. So, and if you are still having problems getting things into your cart, please just send us a quick email over at support@caterpillar.com. And we would be happy to help you out and make sure you get everything you want. Even if we have to do a manual order to make that happen, we can definitely do that as well. Let's see. The coupon code for the event is, nope, that's the wrong one. There's so many little banners that Bethany made. There we go. So the coupon code for the event is June Live 10. You can get 10% on all of the Caterpillar products on our website. If you choose to register, you can go to our website and register for the event. It's not too late to do that. And then you will get an email with a 15% off coupon code. You'll also get some information there about VIP access. And if you choose to do that, you'll get an email with a 20% off coupon code. The clamp light is not on sale, but the coupon code will still work. So all of the products that are Caterpillar products on the website, these coupon codes will work for those. So go ahead and sign up for all that stuff if you would like. Add the coupon codes for everything that's there, plus what's on sale. And guys, we are so excited to come back again tomorrow. And Mary Beth, thank you for mentioning that, because it sounds like we need to do a little update. We used to have a round tempered glass for our swivel, but we were no longer able to source that. And so it is now out of stock and we do not have a round tempered glass anymore. But if you take the cutting mat out of your tempered glass or you're out of your swivel, because it kind of fits in there, you can pull that out. You can use the regular tempered glass right on there and you can use that right on top of the swivel still. Unfortunately, the round glass is now out of stock and we're not able to source that anymore. Guys, thank you all again so very much for being here. This was so much fun today. We're very excited. We'll be back tomorrow. I will be here in Salt Lake, and Bethany will be in Nashville tomorrow. And we can't wait to see you guys all again. And in the meantime, if you have any questions, shoot us an email at support@caterpillar.com, and we will do our best to take care of you from there. Thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of your day.